he'd care when his life isn't on the line, but when he's in the thick of a fight, he's willing to do anything. Like in a debating hall at the university, he would argue very strongly for morals, I think. But when the chips are down, his brain go fuck it.
Good. We've established how to get his brain to go fuck it. So basically make it where
It's do or die.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you acting like you need to manipulate him?
No reason. We want to see the Oscar who's not behind the mask.
I think.
See, that's fascinating because if you were to ask Oscar, he's convinced that he's not got a mask up.
I saw the mask slip when you charged the Skaven with me. There's an honorable man inside you, Oscar, ready for bloodshed and honorable combat.
No, Oscar's been quietly terrified this whole time. And
Quietly terrified.
Yes. You know, when he's not being loudly terrified.
You know who Oscar reminds me of?
Mm-hmm.
There was an old... I wonder if it's Canadian or British. I don't remember which. Television series from... Animated series that I watched in the 80s, I think. Called Danger Mouse.
That's British, yes.
Okay. Oscar reminds me of Penfold.
Penfold. Fucking hell. I knew that as soon as you said Danger Mouse. I was just like, fucking hell, he's Penfold.
He is. He is. He's entirely Penfold.
Yeah,
Unlike the remake, where like neither of them were particularly competent.
Yeah, I never actually watched any of the remake. That'll pass me by.
I saw 2 episodes, and the premise was he wasn't the world's dangerous secret agent. He wanted to become the world's best secret agent.
I'm gonna just go make some tea.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Oscar reminds me of Penfold. A little bit.
Yeah, I can't really deny it.
I have asparagus. I have curry. I suppose I should queue up this print job.
That's gonna be a little bit.
So you gonna try and get that one additional pistol working?
I reckon I can do that, yeah.
Yeah, that will give Thess an extra round of ranged combat.
Yeah.
If we can get it working. Or yeah, if you can get it working. Thess isn't really an engineer.
Hi.
This is one of the reasons I wanted to play a Null Engineer, not just because it's kind of my favorite side of the Empire is the city of Nuln, but also because having someone in the party who can do gear maintenance and repairs is such a boon to any kind of role-playing party.
Oh yeah.
So I like being that guy.
You like being... So you're one type of support, and I'm usually the other type of support.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it looks like everyone else seems to have kind of built up the same set of skills Thess was building up, so I'm kind of not sure what to do with her now.
I mean, I will say there's no bad thing to have a flexible person who's not necessarily a specialist at any one thing, but can do anyone's job fairly well. That's valuable in and of itself.
Yeah, and thus can kinda. She's just not particularly good at any of them yet. And I'm watching people rocking over here with skills that are like, hey, Thess poured a shit ton of points into this, and people are like, oh, I've got a 60 and I've got an 80, and I'm sitting over here looking at my 55. So I don't know, it's a little demoralizing.
Just going through the Old World Armory book, I've seen that there's the whole section of the book that's dedicated to personal heraldry, and that's making me think I really should decide what what House Hertzsprung's know what their coat of arms actually looks like.
Well, yeah.
I mean, they're a mercantile house, so it's not going to be anything particularly fancy.
Oh no, but it'll still be something that says, "Well, we are this people, and you can count on our products."
Yeah, I had fun building them up because my idea for House Hertzsprung is that they have never been the big fancy merchants of Nuln, but what they are is that that all of their trade is in the boring, dependable stuff, which doesn't really get you in the history books, but it gives you just like they're low key but very dependable. They bring in raw materials and basic foods and wool straight from the Sudanland farms. It's just like, no, we're not importing gold or jewels or dwarven weapons or anything, nothing fancy like that. We're just consistently bringing in what people need on a day-to-day basis.
Which is a good way to make your money. When you go to a merchant house.
Yep.
Owning land, well, that could become a feature later on.
Also going through the Old World Armory while trying to find something else, I found the page on war machines, and there's stuff for light bolt throwers like scorpions or belly bows, and I'm just wondering, in the event that we go traveling, maybe it'd be a good idea for whatever cart Oscar is driving to see if he can't mount something a bit heavier in the back of the wagon for the event that we come under attack.
Minigun. Excuse me. Hand cranked Gatling gun.
Yeah, he's not quite Malachi McKyson. I don't see him being able to build one of those, but he'll give it a good go. I mean, even
Not
if he
yet.
just takes 4 muskets and straps them together as on like one assembly with a shared trigger mechanism, at least then it can fire 4 shots without needing to be reloaded.
Not yet, anyway.
Or like out of Van Helsing.
There comes the conclusion. I cannot stand
the rotary crossbow.
microwave tea.
Oh no, microwave tea is horrible.
Buy a fucking kettle.
He is traveling.
So
I know he's traveling, but
what I am doing.
if you're here, invest in a kettle.
No, I am doing the unthinkable. I am resorting to that of which our 1800 forefathers protested against. I'm boiling water. I'm boiling water on a stove.
Oh, well, you have a tea kettle or pot. Yeah.
They don't have a kettle.
Then it's potted water.
I'm still boiling water on a stove to get tea.
Still works. I watched MRE Steve boil water in what looked like a modified cup with a special boiling lid, and just pour the water into a cup with tea bags or the freeze-dried coffee that came with the ration.
I'm sorry, but in America, sometimes you just can't get a kettle. Every British tanker in existence. Are you kidding me? We have kettles in our tanks.
Well, they do call it the boiling vessel.
I mean, yeah, it's like a major household. Like, it's the thing you find in everyone's kitchen over here. You know, you've got your oven, you've got your microwave sometimes, but you always find a toaster and a kettle Every British household has those two things, regardless of whatever else they have.
Even if it's an electric plug-in vessel.
Electric plug-in is the most common these days. You very rarely see stovetop kettles.
Okay. This headline I'm amused by.
What?
Police find raccoon with meth pipe in its mouth during Ohio traffic stop.
Funny as hell. The idea of the raccoon getting high on meth.
Repeater handguns availability very rare. That would mean it's going to take a lot to craft one.
Yes.
Yeah. I did like the rotary crossbow in Van Helsing.
Oh, auto crossbows? Those are real world things.
Also in Warhammer they exist, and the Dark Elves make the best ones.
Ah.
Yeah, they make really nice repeating crossbows.
Mm.
There was actually a bug in Total Warhammer 2. I forget when it was, but it was when a DLC released. And they apparently had typed one too many zeros next to someone's reload buff. And suddenly the repeating crossbows could empty their entire quivers in like 3 seconds. They're just like 300 arrows just flying at one dude.
The only one missing now is the wizard. But yeah, Moon pointed out that Tesla looked about 10 years old or so. So it may very well be a brick.
Hang on, Tesla? Did I miss something?
Oh, there was a video. There was a video of the old British guy.
Like, it doesn't. He bought the car. He had to pay Tesla money.
Well, it looked like a 10-year-old car, so it might have been from days gone by.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was like the pre-out of the closet days.
Before he went crazy.
I'm not sure there was a before he went crazy, just before the mask came off.
Well, yeah, before the mask. Still, the fact that he drove a Firefly over a roadster like that. The roommates are home. It's going to get noisy in here for a bit. They had to go get some food shopping done and such.
Oh, that's bad.
What's bad? What's bad?
Falcons can live to be 12 to 15 years old. All falcons alive today were born in the 21st century. They are millennial falcons.
Oh no!
Fantastic.
Oh, I get the joke. I get the joke. Oh,
Yes.
Oh, you know how they had that picture where they made
Dangle some avocado toast in front of a tractor beam. It's the perfect trap.
Nice. But you know, like where they picked that picture where he's holding a red lightsaber, looking more like a Sith than anything. They just did another one of Obama, who he's been obsessed with a thicker, longer blue lightsaber going, "Hey, Donnie, mine."
Should have been purple.
Yes, it should have been purple.
Should have been purple. They had a chance and they missed it.
Yep.
Oh, I know they did. I know they did.
They just...
They could have made Windu, dude.
There was an opportunity, and they missed it.
Yep. But it was still kind of a funny image.
Anyway, I've done my due duty as requested by the moon. I'm going to go back to my seat.
Also, they have supposedly... Wait, what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Also, they supposedly canonized Mace Windu's death by putting a sequel or putting a spin-off out in the air. Like, but what if he survived? It's like, but he did survive. That man has enough plot armor.
The only reason it came up that he survived is
we
because
don't know the good
Samuel
ones?
Jackson is always up for a paycheck.
Those are the good ones.
Did you honestly believe that throwing the man out a window after you cut off his arm would kill him?
Yes,
I mean,
that tends to work.
people in Star Wars have survived worse.
That
the Star Wars
specifically.
rule: if he did not die in front of you, he's not dead.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I've seen artwork of Mace looking pretty beat the hell. Like, like he hit his face on the way down.
Hold on. So let's talk about this. Fell thousands of feet to their death after being massively injured. Let's talk about this for a second.
Mace Windu would like to, or sorry,
Darth
Luke
Maul.
Skywalker.
thank you. Darth Maul would like to know your location.
Right. He's getting his own fucking series now.
Who, Maul?
Yes.
Yeah, they're doing an interquel thing between his time in Clone Wars and his time in Rebels.
Oh, that's fair. They did maul him.
Yeah, I mean, look at the original trilogy. Luke gets his hand cut off and falls several thousand feet.
Well,
Gravity's subjective in Bespin.
That is true.
I did watch Tales of the Underworld last night.
It's good. Well, it finally fills a plot hole that we all knew existed.
It dropped out of nowhere, and I was ecstatic for it.
I was surprised how good it was. The animation, oh my god. It's
improved.
I was surprised at how much they canonized without saying a fucking word.
Right.
I haven't checked it out, mostly because I'm not really interested in either of the characters they're showing.
Ventress grew on me like a fungus.
Yep. I was gonna say she's like I'm trying to think who another good example is. She's kind of like Ahsoka in that, like, when she first showed up, everyone hated her. Like, everyone hated her. She was written to be disliked, and she has gone from being one thing to being something completely different over the course of her life. So her arc is interesting. She just, aside from one or two really good episodes, she just hasn't had a lot of like she hasn't really been the focus of a lot, aside from a few novels.
Yeah.
But the story they tell with her in Underworld is interesting, and actually really liked it. And the animation is just gorgeous. Like, we're living in the day and age where arcane series level of animation is becoming commonplace, and like I am here for it.
Did I just miss something? Did I get up to get my tea and Moon's already here?
Yes.
Is this the Twilight Zone?
No, it's the Tea Light Zone.
Okay, I believe that one. Anyway, Cletus, welcome to the Tea Light Zone. We're not serving a booze tonight, only tea. Have fun.
Well, I've got a lot of noise in the background right now, so I figured I'd have to hold off. And Rosalind hasn't shown up.
He was just
he
here.
stepped away. He stepped away. He said he'd be back.
Like, he was just here, and he's logged in.
Dryer was
Mm.
Don't know what to tell you.
I heard you. I'm grabbing you.
Oh, okay. Well, let me bring up the channel so I can follow chat. Yeah, that's not a bad description, Rutkiv. Though Ventress has had a lot more character development than Tempest ever did. Work sucked, Catman. I'm back on a 5-day work week and I'm hating it.
Everyone hates the dreaded 5-day.
Oh no, not the 5-day doodle.
I hate working mornings.
Hi, Ginger. Ginger, are we on tomorrow for recording? Because something's wrong with the Empire episode footage. Apparently my hard drive filled up and we lost like 45 minutes. And I didn't realize it, so we'll have to re-record that one later, but not tomorrow. I need to get the other episodes released. There's a couple done.
Hello.
The
Hello.
prodigal son hath returned.
Indeed. Indeed.
Hang on, I have something for this.
You have something for this? God damn it, man.
Yeah, I just need to pull it up.
Wanders in with a... And
Here we go. A time wizard is never early. A time wizard is never late. A time wizard is never on time. A time wizard never actually shows up at all. Because he is the time wizard, not the space wizard, and he is fucking lost!
You know, man has a point.
Yeah.
But I can make a different point, man.
I should not have memes on demand for all of life situations, but I do.
Welcome to life. That's just how it works now.
I've been doing this since the 2010s. I've been stocking up on reaction and just... This is how I... I can see that.
hours of Discord Premium, apparently. You just inject inject images into my mind based off the most random cursed sound bites you've saved across 100 servers.
We are on the cusp of a new evolutionary change where we can see sounds.
Listen, if you don't get voice flashes whenever you see Doofenshmirtz Tower, or see his tower when you hear Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated, we can't be friends.
I don't know who Doofenshmirtz is.
How dare.
Nobody's not wrong, because I didn't grow up with that show, and I can still see a tower.
Oh wait, is he the guy who's like, if I had a nickel for every time this happened, I'd have 2
Yes,
nickels?
it's that guy!
Oh, it's that guy. It's not that.
Right, yeah.
It's not that I'd be rich, but it's really weird that it's happened more than once.
We know about this man through cultural osmosis, V.
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, that's like that show was after my time, but yeah, I've noticed enough through cultural osmosis. I do fucking love how I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. It was like almost erased the original if I had a penny thing of like it's now used to highlight rare instances rather than things that happen too much.
I didn't realize that the initial as far as I'm concerned, it has for me, because I didn't realize there was an initial version used to comment on too much of a thing. Not ooky spooky coincidences. That is fascinating.
Nunzabi, how we doing?
Is that a golden coin?
Nunzabi. We need to start, huh?
I have just asked for quiet so I could get the recap out of the way. It won't take long.
I'm still trying to log in. You're fine.
Welcome back to the tavern. And here's some more tales for ales.
We're not serving ale tonight. You get tea.
I'm sorry, sir. We're all out of ale. We do have some piping hot tea. Also, we had to boil our last batch of beer, which is why we have no beer.
How dare you?
Hey. The Sterlinders paid good money for us to commit blasphemy. We look the other way.
Need ales. That doesn't work any other way. But last session, the party got themselves pretty well beat up, but they did manage to defeat a pair of rat ogres, a storm vermin, and a bunch of other piddling rats here and there. And they made it to an area where they got to take a look and figure out how bad condition they really were. And some of them do sound quite badly beat up. And they have to figure it out. They're going to vote tonight whether or not return to the surface with their tails between their legs and recuperate, repair, feed, and resupply, or do they carry on, battered as they are with minimal supplies, and get more mutilated and torn and turn into rat feed? That is the question tonight. Either way, I have fun.
Hello, everyone. I am Lucia Bleak. At least that's what it says on the character sheet. Ignore the other name that's there. You don't need to know what that is. How are all of you doing? Next.
Hi everyone. I am the very worn down and very exhausted and not comfortable with this place. Thisserau, human of Lustria, party cook and gunslinger. Hi. Next.
Yes, hello. Oscar Hertzsprung here of the Minor Noble House of Hertzsprung. We're in so far over our heads, we're wearing this shit as a hat. That being said, while things are going badly in many ways, we're actually holding it together surprisingly well, all things considered. So we'll have to see where this goes. On to the next.
I am Rodolin, the party's wandering wizard who has come to this particular place for a great many number of reasons, and who now sits rather perplexed at just how many strange events have happened in quick succession. He's currently preparing an offering to potentially scry ahead and see what other dangers might lurk deeper inside this menagerie of rats, chaos, and sewage. To help the party measure whether or not to retreat or press onward.
And I am Sir Andre Morehire, polishing and cleaning my sword and getting ready for our next escapade deeper into the depths below. We must press while the advantage is in our hands and the iron is hot. Or at least so I believe. To our lovely dungeon master.
Oh, it's me. Hello. I am the voice of everyone else who isn't a named character, and also trying to kill the named characters. Hello, I am the dungeon master. May I please be upgraded to dungeon master status?
Ooh, yes, he needs it.
Please,
By the
man,
way.
may I have a coin? Yay! I can delete things now.
Awesome.
I don't like
But
how he
yes.
said that.
I would like to
By the
promptly
way.
delete myself from existence. It doesn't work like that.
Moon,
And I
come on,
am
honey.
Cletus.
We're millennials, not Gen Zers. We're not all ready to die yet.
Speak for yourself.
But yes, I am Cletus, the recapper and gadfly, while I pour this poor excuse of beverage onto the floor. Only air
Moon,
suffices.
you can't delete yourself, just like we can't delete the Windows recycle bin.
God.
But you know what? But you know what, Moon? Just for you, we'll convince them to undelete Clippy.
I
Oh
like
God!
Clippy.
Why? No, no!
Oh,
Send it back! Send it back to the Shadow Realm.
I'm terribly sorry, but what is done cannot be undone. Clippy will lead the AI revolution
God
when the
damn it.
Master reveals himself from the shadows. He shall bear on the crest of a silver gleaming paperclip.
Ginger.
It's entirely too, like, scarifyingly accurate to be true.
Yes.
Or, I mean, to be false.
I'm just waiting for Bonzi Buzzy to roll out. Bonzi Buddy.
Bonzi, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you know what Bonzi Buddy is, right?
You're not familiar with Bonzi Buddy?
No.
Oh. It should have killed off things like Alexa and Cortana and those whatever the hell assistants. Because it was basically a prototype version of that, but on Windows XP. Virus ridden and of course spying on people.
I remember that.
And like that, my
I remember
hope.
very much turning that off and removing it.
And like that, my hope dies a little bit. Moving on.
Something, bury the light or bury the hope.
It's your game, Moon. Set the scene, you old GIL bastard.
Sorry, I'm over here deleting old tokens to try and free up a bit of space. But unfortunately, these wall tokens are only clickable from one side, so I just keep touching void, which has been rather interesting. So, as we last left things, the group had... Thess had come down off of a battle high, and at least...
Hello?
Wait, he didn't die mid-sentence.
Yep.
He
died. He
totally literally died
died
mid-sentence.
mid-sentence.
Oh God, he did! Everybody drink!
Oh shit!
Oh, I'm gonna have to get alcohol.
In boot up Cabal Vision.
Well, welcome back.
I don't even know. Ever since I changed my router at the beginning of this year, because it's just the one that the cable company provided. Ever since I changed over the router, I have literally had nothing but chronic internet issues. I really well no, we had to change over both the router and the modem because it was an old 2-in-1.
Gotcha.
Right, so now they're split and they're separate entities. Modem seems fine. The router will just occasionally flash red for no fucking reason.
Oh, we need to get you a new router.
So, yeah, I will literally just be sitting here and the internet will just flicker for 5 to 10 seconds for absolutely no reason. Literally completely out of my control.
What cable company, Moon?
It's the
Spectrum, obviously. They used to be Time Warner, but they got, someone actually, a larger fish finally came by and consumed the horror that was Time Warner.
Ugh.
I have
have
Spectrum and don't have an issue, so it's the router. Pretty sure.
Sorry. My entire day has just been made significantly more difficult.
Why? What'd I do?
To the person who just sent me Save Our Ship 2 as your RimWorld request. And considering you haven't given one yet, I can't veto it. I want you to know that my personal unhappiness with you could only be mirrored by the amount of time that I'm going to now have to spend in RimWorld to go from tribal stage to ship.
What did I do? What the fuck are you... like, I am so lost right now.
I started my... I try to do at least 2 RimWorld playthroughs a year. I started the first one for this year. I'm playing it for the subathon and to go through my... and probably through my birthday or a little later. Someone sent me the save that's... and in this playthrough, instead of me building a mod pack to do a thing, I said everyone can submit one mod that I can't veto and can submit another mod that I can accept so long as there are no conflicts. Someone just sent me Save Your Ship 2.
What is Save Your Ship 2 for the
Thank you for asking.
Okay, I'm going to go read the description so you understand the gravity of the situation. So, Save Our Ship is an unofficial expansion to RimWorld that makes livable spaceships. It completely redoes everything so you can leave the world you're on and go to other ones and do other things and pursue quests in space in a game that already hates the fact that you're alive.
Ah, good.
The last time we used this, the average load time for my RimWorld game was half an hour. That's not loading the save, that's just turning it on.
That's brutal.
Hopefully they've optimized it.
And to emphasize the point further, RimWorld already takes like a really long time if you start off as new tribe, which means your base technology base is Unga Bunga. We didn't even know what a bed was when we started out. We had sleeping bag. Unga Bunga, sleeping bag. That kind of Unga Bunga. And they want me to build a high-tech spaceship with railgun.
Unga me bunga, Captain.
I have come to Bunga, but first we must Unga.
Bunga off the starboard prow. Klingons on the starboard brow, scrape them off, Jim.
Klingons on the starboard prow.
It's bow,
Well, at
but
least we've
yes.
already got a subathon going.
Yeah, about that. So, it was down to 4 hours yesterday, and then they jacked it up to 18.
Yay!
Can't fucking have that. Can't let you be free.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
It's been going long enough that technically it has been going long enough that technically people's paychecks have refreshed, which means that in theory, if they wanted to, they could keep it going perpetually.
Yes.
I might end up as Melissa the Tiefling, where I'm basically like, okay, so I'm doing 10-hour days every day, except Sunday, from now until forever.
Local tiefling stalks her prey.
No, Moon thinks I'm kidding. Let me look at this. Hold on. She is now on the 8th longest subathon of all time, and has currently been going for 257 days, with 449 hours and 25 minutes remaining.
She's been doing sleep streams just to bring the timer down.
Yeah, she's been doing sleep stream, which you are allowed to do on most subathons. I don't do them. However, if we hit 100 hours, I will do a sleep. I will just straight up do a sleep stream and just be like, I'm gonna go to sleep. I've only ever done one sleep stream, and that was for the Pokemon Twitch play. So the stream could just keep playing while I went to bed.
See, all streams inevitably become a sleep stream, but most streams rarely set out to become a sleep stream.
I will just straight up point the camera at my bed, leave the lights on, and just be like, I'm going to sleep now.
That reminds me of the most miserable human gaming experience I think I've ever seen anyone put themselves through. Was like to just 24/7 play Rust with like.
Anyway, Moon's internet seems.
Why would you do that to yourself in the first place?
Anyway.
They had it. Oh, go ahead.
Because they hate themselves. We're about to start. I think Moon's internet is stable. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, Andre, you were telling me about this later. You are not off the hook, mister. I want to know about someone's recreational punishment.
I'll tell you about it later, bud.
Okay, I'm not done laughing. Fucking Christ. Okay. So
You okay there?
No. So surrounded by the bodies of multiple rat ogre or multiple clan rats, a pair of rat ogres, and having dragged in the bodies of the smaller work rats just to be able to easier go through the spoils of everything. Though I assume the ones that were over here would have been yipped into the water.
Hey guys, one moment. Is this guy alive?
Which one? Wait, are you white? You're white. Oh, no.
Okay, because he's still standing, and I'm looking over like, is Maury and a clan rat just looking at each other and going, this is awkward?
No, I'm not actually sure why that... Wait, hold on, let me mouse over you. Oh yeah, that was the one that ran for its life like a bitch.
Okay.
Right, I forgot to... I guess he got moved back on there in the course of everything going on.
In that case, in the course of our conversation, we seem to have forgotten to mention that didn't one of them run away to warn everyone that we're coming?
That is one of the reasons why I think leaving is a bad idea. They will
will undo our progress.
Exactly.
Oh no.
If time is of the essence, why don't I scout ahead with some scrying?
We went over this. We've already nearly rendered the veil in half. Do you really want to risk that? Or do you want to have more chance of Slanesh Horny Demon?
Yeah, that's an image I didn't need again. Thanks.
Offers Thess a flask.
You got another one?
She holds up a second one. And remember, we
you.
found one in the mansion. I feel both.
Oh, good. I don't want to drink any of the expensive stuff we found because I'm gonna need at least one of those. Uh-oh, hype chests are on the way, everyone.
Wait, what? Oh. Wait, there was a hype train? I missed the choo-choo.
Yep, there was a hype train.
I mean, if you want to risk it, Ruddlin, you throw those dice, so to speak. I like your gumption.
I mean, you're an adult. Sort of.
Well, I'm more concerned I'm more concerned about my body. Should we need to move after my spirit departs for a little bit before, than I am worried about the machinations of the warp at present. That being said, I imagine that's a very solvable problem. So I think I shall attempt.
Just don't come back carrying any passengers this time.
Okay.
One of the town watch, who's in the process of digging through everything, turns and looks over. Passengers? did you come back with the flea?
Yeah, something like that.
A rather solvable issue. At least to us.
It's your call, Sir Rodlin. We'll look after you no matter what happens.
Much appreciated. I'll see if I can. And he is going to go over and then basically just sit. Hold on, let me see. He is going to go find a spot to prop himself up against. He'll actually probably just toss a few of the no, that's a body pile. Probably don't want to sleep where the body pile was.
Pass me the healing potion.
Absolutely.
No, this corner is mostly clean-ish. He'll go over and wander into the corner so that he can lean up against the two walls so that in case his body slumps over. Then he's going to attempt a channeling. 17.
Are you attempting a specific spell or just attempting to go scouting?
Well, first, there is a specific spell. I mean, if I could go scouting ambiently, that would be... Or I guess no, not physically. But scouting, scrying, ambiently, it's all... He's got a few options, but he is at this moment trying a specific spell. That specific spell being oh, let's see, the astral. Let me load the. The spell book.
There totally would have been a bed in this small chamber. As they were kind of sort of living here. But yeah, the Mori is strong enough to be able to let me unlock this poor bastard. Oh, you deserve better. I mean, no, you didn't. You're escaping, but you deserve better. Yeah, Mori would have trouble moving the rat ogres, but aside from those, it would mostly just be a matter of either lobbing the bodies into the drink, as there's enough current that they would be swept away, or pushing them off into a corner somewhere. And with the storm vermin having blasted through the gate over here, they've also opened up another way that leads back in, which, Rodolin, once you fall into this out-of-body experience, your psyche would start to see 4 ways out of the current room that you're in. As, hold on, I'm going to make Rodolin's consciousness.
That is a problem.
What?
Oh, I'm looking at a spell I need to cast on Mori to help him out, and I have to drink that potion. I don't know what it does or how to. Lucia looks at the potion, smells it, and goes, "It smells like troll piss," and then sucks it down.
Okay.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, are you just drinking one of the healing drops, or are you drinking the potion? Okay. Yeah, it'll give you back 4 wounds immediately.
Oh, okay, that's good. So, question, Moon. What percentage is Mori my familiar at this point?
What do you mean? Like, as opposed to what? What percentage he is his own bear?
What percentage natural animal versus familiar?
It's probably like 3-1. Basically like 25% familiar, 75% natural bear.
Okay.
As long as Mori doesn't talk, he just looks like a strange polydactyl polar bear.
You said 25%, right?
Yeah.
I rolled a 19. So, Lucia goes to cast the Beast Made Well, and the spell just fizzles. Refuses to work.
What?
It's specific.
Oh, shit!
She looks confused. Huh?
Mori looks confused. Huh?
This usually makes you feel better.
Attempt number 2 to astral project.
I know not. Oh, good.
James, Ponycheck, it is not subathon night, but you two have managed to add a whopping fantastic with your 80-month in a row subscriptions hour to tomorrow's subathon start back up. Oh god, I need to stop counting subs on days that I'm not that it's not subathon.
No, you should. You absolutely should.
Because James is a tier 3 sub.
Yeah, and that's why you should definitely count them, obviously.
Also, we apparently got a posture check.
Yes.
You got a what? Who what?
Posture check has been redeemed.
Oh, damn it, I'm sitting really gay. Hang on.
Don't sit straight, Moon. That's not healthy.
No, but, like... If I say bisexual seating position, you're right. Whatever you're imagining, you're right.
I'm sitting like Lowry from the fucking hold on. This is gonna be an obscure reference, but I'm currently sitting like Lowry from Mystery of the Druids. Does anybody in here know what that is?
I can visualize it, but I don't know what you're talking about, unfortunately.
Hold on.
Oh, my neck should not sound like Jiffy Pop.
I'm just sitting as best as I can on a second-hand desk chair that's probably several years past its live-by date.
I'm leaning heavily on my left-hand side, kind of like a gamer would lean with my mouse arm elevated slightly.
I'm putting it in shit posting.
Legs were crossed. Both legs were elevated. One foot was anchored on the desk that the computer's on. The other foot was crossed over top of the knee. I only have 2 legs. They were doing the work of 4 legs.
Anywho, before he finalizes his spell casting, he's going to look up. Having trouble, Lucia?
The spell that heals animals isn't working on Mori, and I have no idea why.
Maybe he's no longer.
And Mori's just kind of grumbling. But Lucia would be able to hear, "The spell Mama uses that make me feel better didn't work. It just make feel tingle." No hurt, though. Just tingle.
Perhaps he lost the ability to be healed by such means the moment he earned the ability to vote.
It's certainly possible.
The two NPCs look over. Wait, the bear has voting rights?
Yes.
Yes, the bear
Probably my proudest piece of paperwork I've ever done.
Hold on. I need to get the paperwork. She has the paperwork with her just in case somebody wants to challenge the bear.
The guard actually takes it, pops his helmet back just a little bit to look at it in the firelight.
Welcome, son.
Oh no, this legit? I'd shake your hand, but I might lose a finger.
Technically, the bear is Knight Bachelor.
Hello, fellow voting citizen of this duchy. The guard just kind of blinking profusely. The bandit is laughing his ass off, and Nayaro is simply, what is voting?
Welcome, son.
What is voting?
Oh, so you know how? Oh, that's an interesting.
How does Skaven pick new leaders, Niaro?
The army of Fiora has a new officer.
Oh,
Welcome, son.
it biggest Skaven, or sometime it most cunningest of Skaven. But it biggest Skaven go, and they leader, and if someone, like if they get injured, or they old, or they injured old, another Skaven come and usually make big formal decree, just so whole tribe know. And they beat them in combat. Sometimes, if they are the cunningest type, they'll poison them. Then
Niaro. The way we pick leader is all of us say who we want to be leader, and then whoever got the most people to say who they want to be leader, that leader.
At the local level, anyway, we don't really have any say in who's in charge at, say, the counts or dukes or higher, but at local levels like town mayors and everything, yeah.
Lucia leans over. What do you mean local level? We vote for Ice for person who run Kislev. Patriarchy and Ice Queen have constant argument over it.
Well,
it is with a warm, tingling feeling in my soul that I am proud to tell you, you forced the Skaven to take a point of insanity.
I look at Niaro and I say, don't worry, where I'm from, voting is a foreign concept as well.
Oh, your place make far more sense. Oh, everyone gather together. And what? So good. Wait, so that, I wonder if, and then he just starts contemplating things. Niaro only born 6 cycles ago, not old enough to be think.
Yeah, I'm gonna read this verbatim. The government hereditary rulers known as Tsars and Tsarinas of Kislev are powerful figures who claim to be direct descendants from Miska, the first Khan queen of the ancient Gospodar people. That is I believe it's the people who are. Yes, it is the nomadic steppe people. In order to become Tsar or Tsarina, Gospodar chiefs vote to determine which person in line becomes the next Tsar or Tsarina. But this gets even more complicated, as often Gospodar chiefs asks their individual tribes and townships who they favor before casting their vote.
Yeah.
It's worse than you thought. It's an electoral college.
I was about to say, that sounds like an electoral college.
Oh, wait till you tell him about how the elector counts pick who will be the next emperor.
That is, I was not expecting surprise representative democracy from the cold ice people.
It gets
the electoral count system is a thing, but in the time period you've put us, there hasn't been an electoral count system for 600 years.
Yeah.
And the lizard folk
That's why-
don't really play that game, so
Yeah, lizard folk, who's in charge? The Great Plan. Who determines what's the Great Plan? The big thinky frogs.
Yeah,
usually, pretty much.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, yeah, the downsides of coming up with an idea for a plot that is timeline agnostic and then realizing that the timeline is very much not agnostic.
Hey,
I'm
you
just
gave me an
worried.
excuse to read a lot of old army books and White Dwarf articles, so...
Dude, you don't even understand. I basically haven't touched a piece of 40k media or anything related in easily 4 months. Everything has just been Warhammer Fantasy or things that are Warhammer Fantasy adjacent.
You know what? How I normally learn these things? Hey, Oscar, what about?
Listen, I'm trying to not get to the point in time where it's, hey, Oscar, I have a question, but getting to that point.
That point of time approaches.
All right,
Dreaded
so
to run from it. Oscar out nerding us all arrives all the same.
We've always had
Yeah,
ladies
I have the
distributing
superpower of fucking neurodivergent.
Anyway.
Okay.
So,
right.
Rodlin's after that conversation, Rodlin's spell seems to. I finally rolled high enough after this on my second check.
All right,
A
with
6
that,
channeling and total 18 casting number.
Rodlin's consciousness separates itself from the body.
I will see his eyes flash blue and a particularly long exhale before his body slumps over and into the corner, and his breathing becomes steady like a sleeping person's.
Maury seems to be following it, not with his eyes, but more with a flick of his ears, as if it's something almost there that keeps irritating the eardrum.
Well, first, he's going to walk around, see if there's anything looks just off the cuff, if anything looks different in the area, simply based upon
3 pathways extend forward. 2 that seem to have winds that go to a similar place, and a 3rd with winds that differ. The 2 that converge, and the wind of the bleeding essence of the wounded and of the wounded Skaven make themselves known through one of these passageways. However, you can tell that there are stronger signals of life, and in this state, you can sense some of the raw magical winds leaking up from further down below in the earth. I believe the skill is it is, I think they don't actually have for this. Hello. Ah, yes. Can you please, I know that you're not trained in it, but can you please make me a follow trail roll?
Sure. Yeah, well, that would be a lovely roll because I didn't really roll that. I just kind of accidentally dropped them. Oh. It's a really good roll, but I didn't roll it well. Dude didn't get a proper shuffle. Ah, the game pun. Okay, fate point.
Oh, there goes the audience pay point.
How bad did you roll?
96.
Oh god, that's a 90.
Yeah. Nope. Should supposed to look. I should have looked at the gift horse. I should not have looked that gift horse in the mouth. Boo-doo.
I was gonna
47.
laugh if that said nat 100.
I would have been. That would have been very. Yeah.
I would have had to throw the stream on an immediate 5-minute break while I went and hunted around the house for my lungs. Because they would have left my chest. 47. I am sure he does not have follow trail, but I know his int is very high.
Yes. 61 int presently.
You have how many points of magic? Is it just 2?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the real question. How many insanity points does the old boy have? Ah. So, throwing your consciousness out to the wind and casting it out like a parasail, it would take a moment, a very long moment, Rodolin, but he's able to begin sensing the free-flowing current of the winds of magic moving through this sewer system. Both of these passageways the winds do leak from. However, from this central from this central way, it would seem that the winds are slightly stronger, are slightly more focused, and have that similar energy source to what he sensed before when he first ventured down below.
So you're saying, wait, was it this one or this one? I had to look away.
Oh, you're fine. It is this one that has the signal going that seems to have the strongest lead down below. And this way it goes to a similar it still leads down, it still has a stronger pull to it. However, there is a I need to zoom in slightly. 125, there we go. Down. Here it is. Venturing through, or sorry, not venturing through, is he still trying to douse? This way has a strange sense of loss and isolation. As if something here is wrong and aberrant, though not wholly chaotic. It doesn't have the same corrupting energies that leak out from this pathway. It almost seems as if in the haste, this Skaven just ran.
I will first follow the trail. Well, it won't let me. There we go. I have to slam it on the ground like that.
Nice.
We'll first follow this route. Though he intends to give this one a thorough look later. Or rather, once he's done with this.
So the two pathways split for a short period of time. They seem to lead through slightly different tunnels, and you get a sense that these may branch off to lead to different places. However, about the time Rodolin would begin giving up on them, reuniting. The two pathways snake together in a Y bend. And a bit forward, or a bit further in, there is a bleeding, wounded, and exhausted Skaven who seems to be in the process of trying to absent-mindedly and with little success bind a wound while attempting to unlock multiple dens containing simple just giant rats, not larger Skaven ogres, just large rats. However, further down, unconstrained by the need for light in this form. Yeah, form's the right word. Unconstrained by the need for light in this form, Ronalyn, you would see a bit further on what looks like a almost giant pit. There's a pathway across it on either side, or there's a pathway across it in the center that still looks like it's made of carved earth, but there is genuine and true darkness on either side. And yet, at the bottom, there seems to be odd wailing moans. And up ahead on this path, there's the remains of tools and spots where the Skaven seem to be expanding out and digging into the earth.
So the rat who ran away hasn't exactly found safe harbor or warning yet. But there's also some more ominous things down that way. Actually, given that, he's actually probably going to run.
I was gonna say he can fly in this form, just so you know.
That's
He
fair.
is
Okay.
him spirit. I mean, run. You just kind of zoop there.
He's actually going to fly, run, zoop. Mine zoop. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
He's going to actually yeah. Run
Return
back to
back.
his body. So that hopping into, he can hop back into consciousness, saying, "Well, I might not be finished with my investigation, but I found that the rat who ran away has yet to be able to warn anyone. He's currently trying to mend his wounds just a little over that way." Points down the hall.
The thing with the rats, you would have seen, it looks like he's trying to, or it looks like it's trying to get something to chase you out, send out a small horde of rats, something. But
Okay.
that is the limit of the amount of reinforcements it found. Is like, here, I'm going to send 30 angry chihuahuas after you.
Then I'm going to go after him and gun him down before he can make his way back to all his friends. Does someone want to come and back me up?
Absolutely. Let's go and solve this problem.
The rest of you look after Rodolin. Me and Thess will go and make sure that straggler doesn't get any further.
The town watch stops in the middle of eating, grabs something out of the pile, and you see them. Something whooshes with an ignition, and they pass you over a freshly lit torch.
Here,
Thank you.
Oscar, you'll want that, and stay behind me because it messes with my vision.
Oh, you.
Lead the way.
Oh, dear lady, you have eyes that can see in the night. I am so sorry. I should have.
It's okay. It's not something I normally dwell on.
He's more just being apologetic because he flashed the thing and then proceeded to flashbang you with a torch.
Yeah, there was some blinking there and some scrunchy facedness. Yeah. That's why I handed it to Oscar.
Yeah, no, he's just like, shit, my bad.
What was the name of our what was the name of the Thieves Guild member?
Oh,
Serpent.
yep, the Silent Serpent.
Perhaps
Oh,
perhaps you two should go with the Serpent if he'd be willing to go with you. And I look at him.
I'm going to be discharging a very loud and not very precise instrument in the direction of the enemy.
I mean, I got throwing knives, but if you have an entire blunderbuss,
I have the blunderbuss.
the guard would reach in, grab one of the ratting sticks. My pa taught me how to shoot a gun, or my pa taught me how to shoot a rifle back when I was a younger lad. I'll accompany you along.
Excellent.
I figured I'd be scaving shit by now, so I'm following you to the end of the. I'll follow you to the surface.
Perfect. Hey, Oscar.
That's around.
There is a damaged rifle amongst the equipment we picked up. Yes.
Yes, I think I might be able to get it operational for a few more shots, but to get it fully worked, I'd need to get it back to my workshop. But I think I can make it semi-functional.
I was trained on a rifle originally, so I would appreciate it if we could salvage it. We don't need to use it here. This is far more effective.
Of course, whatever you need, Tess.
Okay. Let's kill a rat. Simple.
Do be careful.
I would say do hurry.
Yeah,
Yes.
Oscar's already making speed behind Tess.
Yeah, I'm marching off towards this thing.
All right, so the impromptu trio speed down the hall. It's much farther away than Rodolin had would have been able to convey, but that is through no fault of his own, as the space is distorted when one is nothing but a consciousness.
Yes.
However, after moving moving a bit farther than you feel you should have, you begin to hear the frantic chittering of entirely too many dog-sized rats.
My pace increases, actually.
Yep. I figured.
Oscar holds the torch in his hand and starts patting his pockets, looking for something that might be useful in these circumstances.
We have grenades.
We do, but I'm not keen to use them. I was more looking for the small flask of oil in my toolkit. If needs be, I can set the corridor ablaze.
The guard would offer to hold the torch while you're frisking yourself.
Thank you, sir.
But of course. And as you ultimately round the corner, you would see the injured Skaven from earlier, the yawning pit with the bridge of stone, or not even stone, just natural earth that's been purposefully left. And the very human, yet simultaneously inhuman groans and noises coming from below.
Hey, injured Skaven. Bang.
Are you just using the blunderbuss?
Yep.
Oh dear sweet god. Okay, so they have to make a dodge roll, or...
Yep.
Oh god.
And I'm presuming that they are still bunched up.
If I can't do this, that's fine. Dougal did speak first. But Oscar was going to throw his glass bottle of lamp oil into the air in front, just into the mass right before Thess shot, in the hope that all the sparks and hot lead might cause that to explode with the force of being caught in the buckshot spray.
Oh, absolutely. Go for it.
I was gonna say, Doodle, the two of you would have, or yeah, you two would have had time to plan this out. So okay, Oscar, please make me just a standard ballistic skill check.
Okie dokie. Fortunately, ballistic skill is one of the few things Oscar's good at in a fight. So,
and I was gonna say, the ground is a very big target.
No, but a fumble is still a fumble. Oh, sorry, we just hit the kind of front of Thess's weapon.
well, that's 3 degrees of success. 2 degrees, sorry.
Oh, okay.
2 degrees of success.
Would you like to hit the ground, or would you like to body the rat with the vial?
His goal is actually more to have it land roughly like in the horde of milling rats.
It does.
So hopefully, as that gets caught in the red-hot lead spray and cinders from a blunderbuss, which mostly just chokes out a load of burning gunpowder along with everything else, hopefully we should have just made an impromptu air bomb.
Yep. You throw the flask, it goes sailing over the Skaven, fruitlessly begins to try and grope and grasp. Oh god.
Bang.
No, hang on, I have to do this in this order, because you did this in this order. He's going to use his reaction to try and catch the vial. Because he's not thinking, it's just... strange thing being thrown at my rats!
This will be great if he catches it. It'll be kind of hilarious.
No, he fumbles it and it ends up, like, grab, smashes right in the thing, proceeds to turn around and look directly in the face for Buckshot. He would have seen the thing throw first and blown his reaction on that. Yup. Roll me damage.
Okay.
New dodging
9 points.
9 points?
9 points.
Oh, does it just do static damage?
Well, it's 3 points plus a d10. I rolled a 6, so that's 9
again,
points.
okay. Alright. Now...
And then they all get dodge rolls, and then I get to take my second shot, which is with a pistol.
The unaware vermin rats do not get dodge rolls. They are not cognizant of the boomstick being a threat.
Okay.
And there was only the ones given. Oh, that's not good for that. Okay, so very giggity. Very nice. So the buckshot sprays over the large cloud of hot gunpowder belches from the barrel, and in this enclosed environment, the blunderbuss acts more like the breath of an angry dragon, as the aerosolized high-proof high-proof oil begins to fumes begin to waft off. The fumes are ignited by the superheated air, buckshot, lead pellets. The wood gate that the Skaven was frantically trying to open is scattered with shots and begins to burn itself. On the inside, you can hear multiple angry, mangy rats just desperately trying to get out, but as sad, well, okay, except for Thess, because that's just music to her ears, but as sad as that might be...
Right now? Yes.
Yeah, as sad as that might be for the rest of you, you also know that were those things to get out, they wouldn't stop until you or they were dead.
So, in effect, we have burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno, burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, from being... that would shave it down. Oh god. Oh, that's funny. So, having been battered and bruised and still recovering from... Yep, still recovering from injuries, the shot, which wouldn't out and out kill the Skaven, sends it staggering backwards towards the pit. Yeah, it would be the guard. Okay, he's gonna level up the rifle and take a shot.
Yeah, his round.
God damn it! I rolled a second 69.
Good job.
Giggity.
The giggities roll.
Yeah, unfortunately, their ballistic skill is not nearly that high. So they fire a shot. The Skaven just kind of woozy staggers out of the way. And in a somewhat familiar tone, Tess and Oscar, you would overhear the guard. Melt, I missed. But the Skaven's just kind of staggering around. It's woozy from the shot. It's woozy from prior injuries. It's woozy from the fumes. It's trying to get the door open, still not really thinking about its injuries. Trying to avoid falling into the pit below.
Okay. Well, my second attack is going to be to shoot him with my pistol.
Alright, let me see actually if it is capable of getting the door open this turn.
Okay.
No. Alright, it fumbles with the latch. It can't quite grab the latch because it is on fire.
This I have to roll to hit.
I hear fucking Phoebe giggling in the background.
And that is a normal hit. Single pistol shot. Is this impact? Pistol is impact.
As it should be. You're just beating them around with a piece of lead at that point.
Running around with two pistols.
I'm gonna spend my fate point because that's like really sad damage.
How much damage? Hold on. Before you do that, how much damage did you do?
It would be 6 points.
To the what?
That would be the body shot. Actually.
Okay.
Something.
I was gonna say. Oh. 6 points. I was gonna say 6 points would still give you the sound of a rib breaking and the Skaven being stuck with a permanent weapon skill penalty.
Okay, I'll save the fate point. I might need it later, actually.
Also, it failed that, so I need to actually let's use a d6.
Considering all the guns she has, get her a broad brim hat and a toothpick, and she could be Spain.
Wait, why did I? Oh, actually, if I remember correctly, fire damage in this system fire damage in this system is frickin' cool.
Thess can't hear you there,
yes,
Cletus,
fire.
but Cad Bane wishes he was as cool as Thess.
Actually, I think between the fire damage that it took from trying to get the gate open, if it just ignores toughness. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. I am fire. Yes. Okay. Okay, so it's blazing. Okay, so it does reduce from toughness, but nothing else. Although it may end up catching on fire next turn. Sorry, so that would put him this extra 2. Oh yeah, let me rephrase that. So it burns its paws on the metal gate, trying to rip the thing open. You fire it, and it's been knocked to the floor, gasping and gasping for air, grasping for something to help it get up. The shot is the only reason it's not going to be on the fire, though it's not really going to be able to do anything else except for get up next turn.
Okay.
And Oscar, are you going to do something with the oh yeah, those rats are not. Let me roll for them because they're not going to be able to get out of there because that cage is going to do its job. 8. Yeah. So it'll take a few rounds, but the fire and the blunderbuss will have taken care of the rat pen of angry rats that would have eaten your faces like beef jerky.
So as soon as Oscar threw the flask, he started pulling up the rifle that he carries, and seeing how this thing is on its last legs from what Fess has done, he's just going to mutter under his breath. Probably Thess will hear him if she's close enough, but probably the other guy won't. He's just saying, "This isn't a mercy kill. This is making sure you stay down." And he'll do that with 2 degrees of success. Let's see damage.
Nice. Who's that 7? Oh, it's a body shot too. Consecutively punishing the body.
So the better roll on the impact is the 7 plus 4. That brings us to 11 more damage to the torso from the Dragon Belcher.
And that 11. And that brings us all the way down to a hole in the Skaven's chest. It looks down, takes a moment to just kind of stick its whole hand through its chest, pull it back out, and then falls backwards.
So you had a bad day.
I don't know if you can still hear me, vermin, but with your last breath, remember, you didn't escape us.
It proceeds to grab something around its neck, gives a little bit of a yank, and simply Scully Kakasi and throws it to your feet. No, it's basically in its dying throes. It just it's something queakish. It's not casting a spell.
Okay, no, I was going to say, as soon as it opened its mouth, Oscar strides forward, swaps the rifle around in his hands, and just starts bashing it in the mouth with the butt until teeth and bones start breaking, and he's just smacking and smacking and smacking this thing in the face with the butt of the rifle, his eyes just cold and full of rage. Yep. This is a city. You die by human hands. You do not belong here!
Okay, Sugar Watkins.
There's a from down below as you just make sure that Skaven does not get back up and cannot be necromancied back onto its feet. You hear a very faint sound from below that is just human hands.
Oscar's breathing heavily, and he seems to be calming down slightly, and he looks at the probably quite horrified, mangled remains of the Skaven's face at this point.
You managed to make Vorpal with a blunt weapon. Congratulations.
And I thought I was angry at these things.
I am truly sorry, Thess. I don't know where that came from.
I have an inkling.
No, mon ami. Today, you bloodied. You've earned your stripes.
Today, Oscar has gained the gift of hatred.
There'd be a voice from down below again that mutters out once more, a little bit louder this time.
Well, that's disturbing. Regroup with the others?
Let's
Let's go back and Tess, may I ask a favour?
yes.
Can you not let the others know that I snapped like that, please? That isn't who I want to be.
That's why I'd want to finish this and get out. This isn't who I want to be either.
Thank you. Let's go.
You're welcome. Let's go. Oh. Yeah, we'll return, I guess.
Yeah, we head on back.
Hold on.
Wait,
Let's see what's in the pit first. We'll just look. We're not climbing down there.
All right, we'll have a glance over the side.
Human hands.
You glance over the side, and it's pitch black. There's no light, but there is the sound of shuffling and moving. There's several different voices that seem to all be repeating just the last line Oscar uttered out. A couple of them repeating the onomatopoeia of crunch, 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 crunch. But there are multiple voices coming from this chasm, from this dark pit.
We have a spare torch.
I imagine so.
All right.
And it goes.
Light a spare torch, and this would be very bad if it lit on fire, but that's the only way we're gonna see down there. Actually, how far down is it dark? It's an important question. I have a limit to how far I can see.
Hang on, actually. How far can you see?
30 feet.
Oh, it's not great, but you can see straight down, especially with a little bit of ambient light above to help backlight it.
Yeah.
You can see straight down, and with a light to help reflect, you see at least 24 eyes staring back up at you. They're all human. Their eyes are murky and very milky and white for the most part, but they all seem to just be staring up in the general direction where you're looking down. They're in tatters of something. It doesn't appear that they're wearing any kind of uniformed armor or anything that really passes as clothing. And while specific details beyond that are vague, none of them really look armed. They don't seem to be holding themselves in a brandishing, or holding their arms in a brandishing way or anything.
Well, there's people down there. Don't know if they're undead or not. Oh, we should get the others.
Agreed. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. We'll head back.
All right. So the three of you head back. if no one stops him, the town guard is basically just going to kick the Skaven into the pit.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Oscar's not paying attention.
Yeah, that's such a map. Boots him down into the hole. He's not even trying to hide the fact that he is cursing in Bretonnian. And as the group of you get back, let's see, it is 9:30 here. All right, let us meet back up in say 10 minutes. I want to actually go grab something to eat as my head is starting to hurt. And I can't scold any of you for not eating if I don't eat.
This is true.
Yep. But the group of you are able to make it back with the positive news of having ensured that Skaven at least isn't going to report back to anyone. But that still leaves Rodolin with the second pathway, the one with a much stronger presence of the winds of magic.
Indeed.
But we will take care of that when I come back.
Absolutely.
Got you. I will also take the opportunity to get a glass of water.
Yeah, I could do to refill my water bottle.
All right. Let's do intermission mode.
Yay!
That's
Yay,
the wrong
intermission.
button. That's the right button. No one saw Rimhammer Warhammer Fantasy mod on the screen. I promise you that was an illusion. That was an illusion. It didn't happen.
Ah, yes. The greatest gift from the Emperor to mankind is hatred.
I like the fact that
Wrong Warhammer setting, but accurate.
yes. I like the fact that both Thess and Oscar are of the opinion that they don't want to be the people this place is making them into.
Yeah, up until he did it, Oscar would not have said he was of what happened.
Yeah, Thess knew she was capable. She just thought she had more control.
Ah, so quiet.
You can almost
Indeed.
hear a pin drop.
Hmm. Yes. And unless you find some clean water to go swimming through, whoa, your party's gonna come back to the mansion reeking.
Yeah, well, fortunately, we have running water in the mansion.
Yeah,
We could all take showers and baths.
yeah.
Hello, Bronze. Welcome to chat.
I think Bronzy Bronze is getting ready to sign off for the night.
Think so too. I should probably go hunt down some snacks or something.
Hmm.
I had curry already. And
Curry.
asparagus.
Yeah. I was watching a guy who reviews restaurants' foods. He visited a place that Gordon Ramsay had done for Kitchen Nightmares, and it's still in business.
Yeah, there's a couple of them.
Place was
Something.
called Diwan.
Yep. Trying to remember how many there were. Of the 140 or so, I think only about 20 are still in business.
It's lower than that. It's like 11.
Yeah.
Anyway, while he did get a mix of different like Indian cooking, he did get this one dish that was like potatoes and other vegetables in a sauce, and it automatically came with a big, nice bowl of rice.
Yeah. Most. I shouldn't say most. Many Indian foods usually come with rice or not usually naan. Naan's usually extra.
Well, he also had garlic naan bread.
Oh, yeah.
There was a chicken dish, chicken vindaloo.
Yep.
But they don't make it like blow your head off kind of hot. They made it like a tasty hot.
Yes.
And you had some sort of like butter cooked pork chops that came out on a steaming hot iron plate.
Oh, what is that called? I've never ordered it because, of course, I don't eat pork chops.
It was expensive.
Yes.
It was like $42 just for that one dish.
Sounds right. Especially if it's like a slow cooked thing, to get the texture and the yeah,
Mm-hmm.
mostly the texture and consistency, right?
Yeah, and the apparently the restaurant learned a lot from Gordon, and the food was excellent. He enjoyed the hell out of it.
Yep.
So it's just the total meal came out to about $95.
Yeah, that sounds about right for a really good high end meal.
Oh yeah. Uh, but the guy named Gary figured have to come back during the summertime to get the really nice looking view and the trees were all in bloom and everything.
Well, I've been dabbling with some of Brony Chef's work lately,
Nice.
since I have a number of his recipes, and he and I talked a lot while I was hanging out with him.
Mm-hmm. Success with the recipes?
Well, more or less. I can't eat about half of them. because they're like
Well,
steak and pork loin and like things I can't eat. Um,
I figured the meat dishes. No.
1 moment.
yeah,
I agree with miscalculation.
oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh no. That's never a good thing to hear upon rejoining a call.
Yeah.
it's never a good thing to say upon rejoining a call.
Moon.
But I'm sure he gave you a nice amount of vegetarian recipes.
A few. I can make dandelion sandwiches.
Ooh.
They're actually really tasty.
I've really never eaten dandelion before.
Well, they're an edible leafy green. But the way he uses them is basically an open-faced sandwich.
Did Moon crash
So
again?
they're infused into the butter that's used to make the sandwich. Then they're used as a part of the sandwich itself too. Really tasty, very rich sandwich.
Nice.
Best meme food that I've ever had, actually. So I only asked him for it as a joke.
What meme food are you referring to? Is that a term?
Dandelion sandwiches.
Ooh.
I requested one. I requested them very specifically because they are mentioned in one episode of My Little Pony, and we were at a My Little Pony convention.
And it would totally make sense.
He took it as a challenge and successfully made one that was really, really good, like fine dining level good.
I'm just trying to figure out the
Fine dining and breathing.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the one episode where they showed what looked like bacon, but it had to be made of vegetable matter.
Okay, so okay. We say horses be vegetarian, but to get calories, horses will eat anything when push comes to shove. So
Yeah.
they might not like they might not seek out bacon, but if bacon was available, they probably would eat it.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Well,
Most
I mean,
most
let's face it.
Go ahead.
Let's face it.
Stories, actually.
The Fallout Equestria thing we did for 7 years, definitely the ponies up there were definitely eating meat along with all the other stuff they could get there.
Well, so here's the thing. Like herbivores, a bunch of environmentalists and animal behavior students spent a bunch of time, I think right around COVID, tracking animals and their eating habits, and they discovered that herbivores aren't as herbivorous as we would like to think. Um, if meat is available, they will often eat meat. It's just not normally available. So
right.
Yeah, the only ones you'll see hardcore avoid it are the species that are what are called oblate herbivores, which means that their digestive system literally cannot handle anything other than plant matter.
Correct. Yeah.
Those are fewer than typically expected.
Yes. Yeah.
I remember the first time I saw a red deer eating ground birds.
Yep. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. That's all I'm going to say about it, really. So yeah, dandelion sandwich is a thing, and it's a
Anyway.
tasty thing.
Hi everyone. We all
Are
back?
we back?
I hope so.
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm trying to get something to work and it's not cooperating with me.
Oh, what are you trying to do, Moon?
Oh, I'm trying to get the ambient background music to work, but it's saying it's an unsupported file type.
Send it
even
to
though
me.
it's an MP3 format.
Send it to me.
But for those coming back for the audience, yes, fighting the rats is starting to have a twisting effect on the minds of several of the party members.
Because I can make it work.
All right,
Happens when
Andre
you're
sends it
stuck
to
in
you.
rat Vietnam for too long.
Well,
Rat Nam!
Thess is hardwired to kill these things, and it has left her with less control than she would like.
And
So
this
she
is
doesn't
role
really.
playing Oscar's insanity points that he's accumulated.
Yep.
Yes, and let's face it, we've put poor little Oscar into Ratnam.
What's the name of it, Moon?
Depths below.
I hear it.
Yeah,
It's something different.
Oh.
That's an unsupported file type, apparently.
Yeah, which is weird because it's an MP3 format.
Well, I need him to send it to me so I can look at it and figure out what's going on.
Andre?
I will.
No, I can do it.
Twiddle, 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 twiddle.
Wait, how do y'all establish your little PFPs on the Tabletop Simulator?
Oh, it's attached to my Steam account.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
what's attached to your Steam account.
I see.
But yes, Oscar was giving off vibes of the Punisher just a little while ago.
Nope, I see exactly what's wrong with it.
What's wrong with it?
File name.
Ah.
So, like I said, once he's back at the surface, Oscar needs to do some medicinal ale drinking, just like me.
Yes, actually, now that I've had a couple of moments to think, Oscar, would you be so kind as to roll for me single willpower?
Ooh.
Happy to do that.
Okay, I don't know what's wrong with it, but I'm thinking that MP3 is not the file type we want.
It might not be actually an MP3.
Oh, here it is. Mono track, not stereo.
Yeah, that's what I was looking up too.
13 check passed.
I'll render it out.
While
as
y'all are
mono.
doing that,
No insanity points.
Rolls.
Yeah.
Yay.
I am going to make my roll into my second casting, as I had to cancel the first casting to deliver the information.
You will, since you're going right back into it, apply a +10 bonus to this roll as you're essentially hot starting a lawnmower.
Oh. Well.
The mower is already turning.
Roll? In that case, so that's an 11 plus 2 from my success from my channeling. It's, 23. That's more than 18. 13 plus 10. Anyway. Rodlin will, as soon as they've left, Rodlin will slip back into his spell. And this time, however, while they're exploring any further ways down that way, he's going to explore down rather quickly, just to consult information. He's going to explore down this way. The way that he sensed such potent magic. His spirit floating. floating away downstream as he tries to concentrate.
God, magic's so potent I can't even put that character token there.
Right? That's the thing. If I ever get a V, I heard this game is, or this tabletop simulator is accessible in VR. I would love to try doing this in VR because seems like it would be so much easier to
Lose yourself?
I am
actually easier to pick things up and squeeze them under and move all the things around to the locations desired without them doing the well-reasoned but still somewhat tedious on occasion thing of just hopping over whatever you drag them near.
I am, in both parts, extremely intrigued and terrified of the concept of VR tabletop simulator.
I mean, I could bring my headset for Gen Con and you can try
Oh
it.
God! Alright, so...
I keep thinking that if Oscar keeps going further down into the descent of madness, he's going to be most interesting at family dinners.
Am I the only one that's sitting over here and staring at that?
Staring
at what now?
What?
Just the thought that Oscar's the weird uncle.
I mean, he is.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only one of his siblings who's gone into a manual hands-on trade. By his family standards, he's weird.
You should be going into, like, merchant things and money.
Oh no, he is the weird uncle.
Yes.
The fucking... assigned uncle at birth.
Your nieces and nephews just do rat chirping to give you PTSD flashbacks.
Oh, his family is never learning about this. At least not from him.
I don't want to.
Just cutaway gag. Just cutaway gag. Oscar's mother wakes up from a sleep in a cold sweat. I had the worst dream. My boy was brutalizing rats in the sewers, like some kind of poor.
And then they find him sitting in a dark corner with a drink on one side and smoking something that he probably shouldn't on the other side. And in his head, you can hear the music, the song Painted Black.
It's alright, dear. Oscar's a strange lad, but not that strange.
I was going to say, it'd be more likely to be Suicide is Painless rather than Paint It Black for that kind of mood.
Such a good song.
Still, since we're talking about Rotterdam, we should keep it to the right theme music of the time period.
Indeed.
What do you mean?
Anyways. Oh, sorry. You were...
say that, and all I can hear is "Fortunate Son."
Well, also Painted Black was another good one for that time.
I mean, if things keep going the way that they're going, Oscar is definitely amongst his siblings shaping up to be the fortunate son. Or misfortunate son, as the case may be.
He'll be the crazy uncle left in the corner to speak to himself by himself, and the rest of the family be like, just let him have a dinner, and we'll let him go, and then we won't see him until next year.
He doesn't talk about politics, he just screams about rats being everywhere.
They're coming out of the walls!
And then there's the crazy ice lady and the bear that we haven't let in.
Yeah, no, what is up with the lady that he brought? It's like, it's good to see that he found a partner, but couldn't she have, a dog or a cat? Well, maybe she's just a fan of Lord Byron, honey.
I don't least it can't get any stranger. There cannot be anything stranger than this. We've
I
seen the worst of it.
love
Opens
how
door.
many
Introduces
leaps in
herself.
logic this fan fiction is taking.
Meanwhile, across the planet, there'll be Andre presenting Cicero for the first time to his family.
I'm sorry, much like Roddle, my consciousness went upstream.
Anyway, back to the game.
Sorry, I genuinely felt my consciousness just drift away.
Oh my god. It's one day soon you will achieve Gnosis.
Oh man, that'd be great.
Sail away, sail away.
So, Roddle, you drift down the stream following the side path, and it wouldn't be long until you make your way towards the actual. Don't you fucking start. Until you get to the actual pathway that the storm vermin would have had to go. It looks like it cleared through a bunch of separational gates that had been put up whenever the sewer system was built. But this leads you to a multitude of structures that have been lost to time, buildings that have partially or completely caved in, small dwelling spots, much like you found over in the one corner, dwelling spots where people or workers would have been able to rest and sleep, books that have been completely consumed by water and time, beds that are nothing, or that are little more than a memory of the occupants who used to sleep in there. There's little organic matter in terms of residue. There's hardly even bones lying around, which is odd, as outside of the trash and the refuse that's kind of been abandoned to time, this area's cleaner than the rest of the sewers, or at least well picked up and traveled. There are actually, given that you wiped out most of the campsite, there's only a handful of the work rats, the frailer ones, swinging pickaxes into the side of the wall and attempting to expand out this dwelling and domicile. But there do not seem to be any standing clan rats moving around, the larger one with proper armor and weapons. There are a few further down rat ogres that are doing a lot of heavy manual labor and clearing through stone, moving large boulders large pieces of rock that have been exhumed, or chunks of building material that was left from whatever construction was done here prior. But you can see betwixt the two groups a set of stairs that lead down. It seemed that there were a flight that led up at one point in time, but the ceiling has long since caved in to the point where opening up is, or to the point where clearing it out's not possible from below. But the stairs seem to lead down, and with the stairs, the winds of magic are much stronger here, much more of a clarity to what you felt when you were down below with the portal.
He's going to pass through among the rats, looking them over briefly before heading over to this pile of stones. You said, just to confirm, pile of stones blocking the stairs?
Blocking the stairs up. The stairs down have been expertly cleared out, and are very well traveled. There's not even a layer of dust on them.
In that case, he will head down. muttering a quiet prayer to himself, just to make, in the hopes that he doesn't have to, if he suspects, if this goes where he suspects it goes, he hopes that his visit this time is less turbulent.
All right. As I said, are you following? Are you going down as far as the stairs will take you, or?
He will until he unless he starts realizing that it's too far to be quick. Basically, he'll be moving at a high speed, or he'll be moving down, but unless it's like 15 flights or more.
It is not. It is only several flights. Oh, there was actually something I had put in here that I'd completely forgotten about. That you managed to circumnavigate because you just astral projected and found the way. But as you begin going down the stairs, there would be something that sticks out in your mind as your consciousness is flowing through the flowing down the flights. You're not entirely sure how you managed to truly make it here. You followed the magical essence like a bloodhound, but beyond that, it really seems like you simply just appeared over and teleported through the aether itself. Well, you have a very clear picture of where this place is. Finding it back when you have legs may be a little bit difficult. What the hell? Oh, right. That's still. Yes. Alright, so you clear those down. Okay. The stairs seem to lead down several flights. Oh, did I actually just stop? Why would I have stopped? Oh, silly me. Okay. The stairs go down several flights. As you're traversing them down there, two things happen. One, the architecture becomes less like a set of ruins falling apart around you, and more like a so this is more of an OOC thing to give you an idea. Have you ever been inside of a train station? Like an older train station, not a more modern one?
Not personally.
Okay. It has the stairwells of a hospital vibe.
I see.
It just has this vibe that you are heading down into a building that almost seems like it was built on top of something else. I'll get imagery of these stairs later. I had not expected you to astral port into them yet, so I did not have the image ready for tonight. I apologize. But as you make your way down the stairs, they seem more and more touched up, less like they're falling apart, and more as if they were simply lost to time. There's one passageway that your spiritual form wouldn't be capable of passing through. There's something broken and mixed in with the rubble that passageway may as well not exist to your spiritual form. However, making your way down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, since you were counting 7 flights. And there seem to be small spots of Skaven excavation here or there, trying to dig into the side wall and chisel through some of the still existing cinder block construction. But you'd finally make your way to an actual door, slightly left ajar. Actually, they just well, no, I suppose they'd have the thing propped open now, as there's a team up above working. So yeah, you'd make your way to an old, heavy wooden door, propped open, and further inside there's a sort of almost Skaven processing plant. They seem to be taking extracted materials from different spots in the walls, refurbished materials from above and below, and are in the current process of refining and breaking them down into better parts, weapons, tools, or even just breaking them down into their base components. Though they don't really seem to have much of an understanding of what the things are, they're simply just field stripping them apart and tossing them to the side until they can go and grab the next thing. But there's pathways that lead both down and what looks like a small stairway up in this room. But you have, with a little bit of outside the box thinking, you have managed to make your way to, at the very least, I suppose you could say, top of the Skaven stronghold. And as you're looking around, while they're in far better shape, the general architecture and what is the word I am looking for? The general architecture and design of the building and construction in here does match what you were seeing when you were down below. But there are a few pathways that lead out of here that seem as if they were part of whatever construction was done here that the rats just moved into. As it doesn't look like they're using most of the buildings down here, or most of the construction and rooms down here, simply having just moved into the largest room they possibly could to begin building and putting things together. Well, not even putting things together, just tearing things apart, I should say.
I see. Is this the same site? How much of this is the same sites that I saw last time? Or is this just an upper layer that I didn't see?
This is an upper layer. You are not in the same place you were last time.
Okay.
You get the sense that you would have to go farther down in order to get back to that same place.
Okay.
But the workers in here ripping things apart are as frail and emaciated as the ones above, they would likely run at the first sign of trouble.
I see. No, so lightly guarded. While their guard, it seems like a fair decent bit of their guards were up here for present.
They are in this area. There's a few Skaven clan rats moving around, though they mostly less are under guard and more just there to keep them working, as they'll still go off to a side room and you can largely hear them cheering, the sounds of what you're pretty sure are knucklebone dice being tossed and thrown about. If it seems as though there's a lack of productivity coming from this room, one of them will come out and crack a whip, but for the most part, they're pretty much left to their own devices.
I see. He's going to look around for where the entrances are, and he's going to see if he can spot any weaknesses in whatever defenses they do have. You mentioned it seemed somewhat fortified. Do they have a wall?
So you're in essentially a medieval conference room. There's nothing really fortified inside of here. There's just some piles of stuff, or there's some piles of raw part. Like if you took a pistol, stripped it apart, so it's just barrel, firing pin, hammer, trigger, and stock, and then just toss them into a pile. Does that make more sense?
So is this the whole room, or is this the side room that the guards were in?
No, this is the whole room. The side room is across the way. If you're drifting over to there to check on the guards.
No, I was looking for where the paths ahead were. I thought this place. For some reason, my mind decided this room was a little larger.
So there are rooms that lead out of here. If you are taking those ways. Yes, no?
Yes.
Sorry. I'm just trying to get clarification before I ramble on full steam ahead. There are... what is the word? It's... There are... Heading out of this room, there's a... One of the doors has been fully ripped off the hinges, the hard wood having been turned into one of the tables in this room. But through that door leads another set of stairs that head down a couple of levels. I apologize. I'm going back through notes that I clearly made in a fever dream. Like, I can read them, they're definitely mine, but it feels like I'm communicating with a long-lost ancestor.
Moon, that just sounds like your notes in general.
No. These are advanced notes.
Oh, you were intoxicated.
Yes, but I think also coming down off of, my focus meds. So, losing focus and intoxicated. Yes, okay. I see, okay, yes. After this portion, when you finally get through this arc and I no longer need this map, I will make this map public so you can see the madness that I have been deciphering. Like, it works, but it shouldn't.
Bethesda, it works.
Oh, very much Bethesda, it just works.
Moon.
What?
we do not mention Todd Howard's name or his company in the presence of this stream. Moving on.
Right. How do you think I feel?
Dirty.
Very. All right. So, following down the few flights of stairs, a side room appears off of each of these. This seems to be more of a faint communal area, but these open up into where some of the first true destruction and ruin of whatever this pre-built area was, as heading down a few layers, or heading down a few more levels, you begin to get down to where the rats are actually living and thriving in and such. Some of the floors, walls, and such have been completely broken away, or have rotted away to time, simply crumbling down into dust or crumbling down into rubble and stone. And as you begin to look around, there are easily hundreds of, just in this one area, hundreds of the work rats excavating, digging things out, pulling out bits of stone, as well as more of the clan rats who are supervising and ensuring that none of them slack off, while also simultaneously finding ways to slack off. And here the winds of magic, the pull of everything is much stronger, and yet it's still not as strong as it was. The source, whatever font is down here, is still further down. But you're able to start seeing out into the chasms of this place. Whatever is here, it was here for a long time, and it was here a long time ago, as they have external structures built up and around the Skaven have been building up and repurposing pulleys to lift things from whatever level this is all the way to the bottom. Although, granted, one look at them and you know that you are putting your life in your hands every time you would put weight on this thing. But... Sorry, Itch. But from here you can navigate around into either some of the more communal Warren areas, or, well, as you're a spirit, you wouldn't have to worry about falling to your death, so you'd be able to ride down one of the ramps if you wished to quickly head to the bottom. But it seems that this area that you found your way in, whatever keep or ruins that this may have once been, the rats have not only moved in fully, but this place belongs to the Skaven now.
See.
Hyrule Castle has fallen, and it desperately needs an exterminator.
Hey, Rodolin, I have a question.
Yeah.
Just for clarity's sake, what is the duration of your clairvoyant stuff?
For this instance, for this spell, normally it has no maximum duration, but for every hour I persist separated from my body, I take 1 insanity point. However, I have sanity armor, so effectively the way it was described to me was that it bumps it up to 2-hour intervals, where I'll begin to take sanity.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't shield him from it forever, but it gives him a nice temporary, or a nice permanent duration bump to it.
Just was curious.
No, this came up last time, and I'm just, I remember the last time this happened, I'm like, how long can you exist out of your body? Because if you go out there for too long, there's a lot of things around here that would very much like a meat suit to hop into.
Indeed. He's only going to go for a little, just a hair further. I think he probably has seen just enough. Actually, yeah, he's probably seen just enough at this point. Looking down the ramps. He won't go down the ramp, but he will try to see as far as he can down down into the next zone as he wants. And
I was gonna say, I was gonna say, if you essentially float onto the top of the ramps and poke your head down, you'd be able to sense that same font, that same large well of essence that has just raw winds of magic coming out of it. And it'd be about the time that you do that there'd be a fair faint number of whispers around the ear, or around your ears, both in this astral form and your physical body, of just, hello? Hey, is this thing inhabited? Ooh, it's a body. Oh, I haven't had one of these things in centuries. Feet? Oh my god, for free?
Did it just say feet? Oh my god, for free.
Yes.
I'm getting back to my body. Nope, never again. Never again. He's going not dealing with the freaky shit.
So as you make trails back to your body, there'd be you can hear those same voices gather around your ears of like, oh no, this one has an owner. Oh, he's coming back. And most of the things gathered around it seems to disappear. There's only a few of the cleaner fish still. Well, the cleaner fish spirits still kind of floating around, just scraps, 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 scraps. Oh, no scraps. And finally, as you fully nestle back into the body, as they realize that they're
going to see if I can gesture over to them to communicate that you want scraps. Try looking at the Skaven bodies; they might have scraps.
They slowly turn, slowly wiggle over, and sniffing at some of them. One of them sneezes loudly. The other sneezes loudly.
You just see some poor husk of a wraith just enter a paralyzed Skaven on the floor.
They hop back out of it, and before you hop back into your body, Rodolin, they look over. Too dead to use. Very few scraps. They made sure. Very dead.
My apologies for directing you towards unsavory quarry.
Oh, it's fine, and they just kind of begin to nibble at the stray bits of essence wafting off of them.
Odlin will then chuckle and then sit back down into his body. Shaking himself off.
He would come back to consciousness to the to the bandit from across the way, just slowly pelting your unconscious body with small stones.
It seems your great calling by stone has worked. I am conscious.
Oh crap! He's awake. Oh shit. Sorry.
Indeed.
I got bored. I wanted to see. You only seem to flinch if I caught you on the tip of the nose.
Is it you, Rodolin?
Yes, it is me. Would you like what variety of testing would you like, if you need it?
You have a keener eye for this kind of thing, Lucia?
Hmm?
Is
Wait.
Rodelin?
Hmm. Let's find out. She thinks.
One. Hatu. Sorry.
She thinks for a moment, looks at Rodolin. So, Rodolin, how well did you enjoy the gin I made earlier?
My stomach.
What was that?
Well, it almost burned a hole in my stomach.
It's Rodolin.
If it was...
Ah, good. Well, what did you see, old man?
Well, what I saw... have the others returned yet?
Oh yeah, they've long since been back by now.
Yeah. Well... What I saw... Mostly those two paths seem to all wind up heading to the same place. Gesturing to this one. And this one. This one, however, seems to be the most interesting. It's consciousness. I'll keep my Rodolin's consciousness one over here just in case I needed it. And I can almost feel the way the winds of magic emanate from down that path. Additionally, though there was a couple of points that the vision was hazy. If we follow down that path, I believe it'll take us eventually straight towards their main hideout. Though the outermost layers of it's not exactly a back route in. Furthermore, there seems to be multiple layers of lightly defended mining operations in that direction. With the only guard there, the kind that are required to keep the Skaven working more than protected. The Skaven themselves seem to also have taken up a position in some very old ruins that seem to have a much different archaeological style than the rest of the area. Did I recognize the archaeological style, by the way, as something...
Well, that depends. Do you have any, what do you have for academic knowledges?
Well... Let's see. I think I have arcane lore, chaos lore. I have lore empire. He's traveled around a lot, so if it's
I was gonna say you would make a lore empire check since most architecture tends to build off itself, but you're gonna need a fair few degrees of success.
Here. Or is that cocked? Okay, slightly cocked at a time. That's 2 degrees of three? I forget. When do you say the first degree of success is? Is that just the regular success, just like 5 under or whatever, and then like 2 degrees is okay.
What's the full? So 49. What's the skill total?
I believe 71 since it's off of intelligence, and I think I have a +1 in that, a +10 in that.
Yep, 71. Yeah. So that would be 2 degrees. Okay. It's definitely an older classical style. He's seen a couple of temples and churches set up in a similar design, with the knowledge that, oh, this is, multiple hundreds of years old, built back when so and so was still alive. Oh, this was built back a few hundred years ago, meant to commemorate blah blah blah. The only thing you'd really be able to tell is that the architecture itself is easily several hundred years old, even before you account for the weathering and aging. And to be buried this far under the earth, either they dug in intentionally and want to go down, or this is an old settlement. But unfortunately, he is not well versed enough in classical architecture from the Empire's Renaissance history, or Renaissance era.
I get it. There is many old structures down there. Some that are centuries old, but seem to be of human and imperial origin, as far as I could tell. Though what they would be doing that far down is something of a mystery. I'm not familiar enough with architecture to name the exact age, but at least several centuries old. But the point the point of the notion for that expedition is that there are vulnerable rats that way, but that they are at the edge of their encampment if we follow it down far enough.
Well, I say we make haste and follow suit.
Niaro, I have a question if you're willing to answer.
Tweak? Yes?
Rodlin said there were a number of the slave class of your people being overseen by a smaller number of guards. In your estimation, if we were to kill those guarding them before doing any harm to the workers, what would their reaction to us be? What would they do if they found their overseers suddenly dead?
Oh. You see Niaro kind of disassociate for a moment, trying to actually fathom the answer to that question, with eyes blinking back in and actually able to look at a few dead clan rats for something to focus on. Niaro think if other work rats leave state of shock and state of I don't know the word, but state of squeak, then they may simply run or flee. It very rare you find any of the work rats who would cry tears for dead Ratmaster.
Well, that may be an option if we choose to go that way, everyone. Worth keeping in mind.
Who
Did
did
the two of you find anything else on your for your path?
I guess you wouldn't know.
I only saw far enough until the little fellow.
Yes, we managed to eliminate him and his reinforcements with great prejudice. Beyond him, there is a pit bridged by looked like a earthen or stone bridge. Hard to tell in the night, in the dark. But in the pit, there were humanoid creatures. Not sure if they were dead or alive, or it was dark.
Niaro blinks once as you're mentioning it, ears flatten against his head. You found the pit of the smooth rats? Nyaro thought that was just a tale meant to scare him when he was being bad.
I don't know if they're rats. They looked more human than rat-like, but again, it was dark. And tell me more about this pit.
Oh, well, Nyaro has not seen, a word in your language is, parent, but we do not necessarily have an analog. Anyway, when Nyaro was small, when Nyaro was still learning the ways of the Warren, when Nyaro would disobey, the broodmother would tell Nyaro to obey, and if Nyaro didn't, they would threaten to throw, bind Nyaro up, throw some seasoning on Nyaro, and toss Nyaro into the pit of the smooth rats.
Okay.
They say that the smooth rats, or, well, there are some people who say, or, well, he wouldn't say people, there are some in the Warren who say that they are man-things cut off from the surface, but they seem to repeat and speak in strange words and tongues. A few of them can repeat Queekish words, but they usually just repeat out whatever's said around them. At least that's what the legend goes. But they seem to not know how to leave their pit. They cannot climb like the Skaven can. And so they just stay in their little hole. But supposedly, as clan punishments go, if someone does something bad, if someone offends one of the elders, supposedly one of the punishments is banishment to the pit of the smooth rats.
Well, it would be terrifying.
Yes.
Oh, they are
It
never
sounds
seen
disgusting.
again.
I sincerely hope they're not human.
Oh no. Don't really want to find out. But that's what we discovered. We did effectively eliminate our quarry, however.
Nyaro lets out a little whoop.
Ah, good. As I know you would. Well, Rodolin, which way do you say we go? Do we check out this pit, or do we go down that tunnel where the boss came from?
The two captured prisoners are... Oh, so we are going down? Alright, let me stretch and put my armor back on.
It seems like the nearest approach ahead is relatively unguarded in either path. I would advise... we explore and see this pit before we find any notion of tracing down the direct path. But it seems the closer of the two. It also might give us a little bit of insight as to the history of this place, and any more knowledge could be useful.
I'm inclined to agree.
Mm-hmm.
Well, knowledge is nice, but we do have some horrible creatures to kill.
Indeed. If this was calm enough and does not require combat, it might be a good resting time. But I
Yes.
wouldn't... Indeed. I would still suggest that we find the way that each of us knows the way from here to their path. We know the way from here, the surface to here, and here to the surface. If we can find the way from here, if we can identify, run it down into our memory, the path from here to their outpost, to their base, to where they are making their nest, we could then strike at them once we have the sufficient means. Or at the very least find where are weaker or more vulnerable places on them to strike.
Well, I say we have the means now, truthfully, with enough of us here, and, well, some of Oscar and Thess's explosive implements.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. I think maybe just it's best if Lucia and Thess, and perhaps Maury, get some rest. Maybe even you, old man.
I'll be fine.
I think it is best we just suck it up at this point and finish this. Let's move before we change our minds.
Well,
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look into the future explicitly and see if this is a good idea.
they're all
We're
good
player
ideas.
characters. This is a bad idea.
We don't have a good idea. Leaving is a bad idea. Progressing is a bad idea. We don't have a good option.
That's fair.
We are damned if we do and damned if we don't, so do.
Right,
At least
then.
if we do, we may find ourselves enscrolled in tales.
Yeah, tales of how to be idiots.
Besides, has anyone given thought to how much powder you have there?
No, I would not.
Sufficient. Not a large reserve, but sufficient.
If we were to descend any further, would someone mind passing me a blade? I only have a small knife. I fear I might get cornered a little, at some point, and I would rather be prepared.
Have you swung a blade before?
I've sailed across more seas than many people in this kingdom have winters. I've swung a blade once or twice.
Well,
Looking at what we found in the pile, we've got a couple of simple short swords, decent arming blade, and a couple of fencing foils. Do you have a preference?
I think I'll take the arming blade. Fencing foils are certainly rather good for life, but I worry that it wouldn't be very... I'd rather trust the arming sword against their armor.
Okay, I hand Rodolin one of the better quality short swords that we found as a result of the battle.
To my hip, or I put it on a belt. I imagine, does it come with a sheath, or is it just gonna have to stick it through the belt and hope for the best?
Some of them have sheaths. That is a good question, because some of them don't.
If I may, have you attempted to repair that pistol?
I would have done that while Rodolin was away. Do you want me to roll an
I
engineering?
do, actually, because if you actually have a field kit on you, you should have enough tools to repatch.
I carry my engineering kit, yes.
I was rolling the conditions until repaired on all of them, and it could not get any closer to being undamaged without being undamaged.
So let's see, that's going to be intelligence. So, plus 10 to all crafting checks for the sign of the two bullocks. Takes me to that. My knowledge engineering is just at a plus 10 as well. So I make that 3 degrees of success to get the most functional looking of the pistols back into working order.
Okay, you repair the 1 point of condition damage that the weapon had and get it back into a fully functional state. I was rolling. How much of broken is this pistol? 99. Oh, this is almost undamaged.
Almost. Hi, Miss Priss. How are you doing? We were wondering where you were when you got a sub yesterday. How are you? Good to see you. Sorry I've been ignoring chat. I've been trying to not interrupt the RP.
No, it's fine. Hello, Miss Priss.
By the way, for everyone says
Hello,
drink water
Miss
about an
Priss.
hour ago, and I forgot to say that.
Oh, shit. Let me...
I just cracked open some water. Hold on.
I was going to say, I actually have a bottle next to me specifically for that.
Time to chug. See if I can just finish this whole...
Consumed with interest.
Oh, God. Hail hydrate.
Never underestimate water.
Oh, it's so good.
Speaking of firearms, I know, Andre, you are not... Your knightly order frowns on ranged combat. Rodolin, Lucia, assuming we make it out of this alive, I am willing to take the time to teach either of you the fundamentals of wielding black powder small arms if you want some alternative to magic in these future circumstances.
I am going to admit that as a child I've been fascinated with acquiring a Bordadesh, and I still want one. And since I've lost my staff, I guess I have a good reason to get one. For those who don't know, before Moon gets tells Oscar, for those who don't know, a Bordadesh in Warhammer is a Kislev axe that the other end that's not the axe is a gun.
Yep.
And the trigger is in the axe handle.
Yes, we have pictures of them.
Primary
Wouldn't
weapon
it
of
be more
a stroke.
wouldn't it be more efficient to have it be at the same direction as the axe, so you could just level it after swinging?
No. The way it's set up is the axe head is used as a counterweight to the heavy gun barrel, so it's almost perfectly balanced as a weapon. And then when you fire, and then you flip it over, and you get a nice big overhead chop.
Also, if you were to put it in a bayonet lug position, whereas with a situation where you have a spear bayonet, you're thrusting. If you have an axe head in a bayonet position, you're putting the stress on the barrel horizontally, which means you could end up bending it. So it's actually not a good idea to put the axe head on the barrel.
I see.
Science.
Sorry, my brain is now just processing that. Powerful overhand chop. I go and turn my rifle around to shoot all dramatically. It explodes in my hand, and I take out everyone in a 3-meter radius.
The axe head flies over and partially decapitates me. But as I fall to the ground dying, I watch the axe head embed itself in the dragon's face, and the dragon is scarred for life. I die happy.
With my last breath, I maim the dragon.
Right.
Oh god.
Oh my god. No, okay, last breath I maimed the dragon. Now I'm just imagining someone convincing a dragon that this black powder stuff right here, yeah, it's called cocaine. You can sniff it. Don't you worry. Cocaine's always been black. It's not.
The concept of getting a red dragon to do lines of gunpowder sounds both horrible and like something I could see a red dragon actually doing.
Not to mention a group of player characters.
Oh yeah. What are you doing? Using the suggestion spell to its most correct, to its most powerful application. I am become intrusive thoughts. Alright, anyways. Yes, so, Oscar, with a little bit of TLC, You managed to repair a good quality pistol. The other one that will need... Actually... you got... So that... would you mind making me a second repair check, since the first one would not have taken... Since you got more than a degree, it would not have taken that long to, put some of the work back into it. And the other one was in a similar state.
That's a 90, but for the sake of fun, I'm going to burn one of my fate points to, well, spend, not burn, to reroll that 90. Much better, that's a 10. Opposite end of the spectrum.
So is this the rifle?
God damn it! I saw you grab a fate point token. I heard you say, and that's a 10, and I'm like, I disconnected again, didn't I? And then it showed me the message.
That's funny.
It's honestly.
We're gonna have to fix your internet connection one day.
No,
You literally have it hardlined into the back of the router.
Yeah, it's the router. We just need to replace that. That's an
Yeah.
easy fix.
Oh my god, I am sorry. I am laughing way too hard.
Oh no, laugh, please. We're a bunch of player characters being dumb. Well,
No,
smart
not even that. I'm just laughing at it was the timing of everything. As I scroll over here, I'm like, that's a 90, but I don't hear anything. All I see is the fate point token with a green outline around it, and Oscar's floating green hand holding on to the side.
Hey guys, funny story. Once dealt with a red dragon who was using black powder as like pepper snuff to clear his sinuses out.
Oh my god. This game has been so unintentionally funny,
that's
and most
one
of
way
it is...
to violently decompress your sinuses.
Ah, yes. The only problem, if he ever sneezed, his breath weapon would engage.
Listen, man, there have been times during cold and flu season that I'd be willing to give the Hat Man a visit if he could make me be able to breathe through my nose.
Hey, Hat Man, it's me, your boy.
Yeah, I'm like, I
Trying
will hunt that fucker to the ends of the earth and tell him to clear my head.
Smack me across the face so I can breathe again. Damn it, Mr. Hat Man.
Anyway, with a 10 out of... What is his total, to repair? Or to engineer? I can never remember if it's repair or engineer. Too many systems.
So my engineering is my intelligence, but that's plus 10 from having an extra thing in engineering, and another plus 10 from 2 bullocks, so that takes me up to a target of 80.
So 7 degrees of success.
Yes.
Can a weapon be improved by repairing it?
In this instance, yes. Because it was already close to operational, and both of these were okay, yeah, so Oscar, you do a little bit of work here, work there, dig through some of the parts and find a couple of really well-made springs that you're able to fit in here or there. Oh, hey, there's a tiny little glowing bit of a glow node. Interesting, okay. You can affix that to the very end of it, and by the time you're done, after you finish putting a few modifications and tweaks to the thing, you are left with one good quality pistol and one best quality pistol.
Oh, damn.
Huh?
Like, it was already good quality, but that is 7 degrees. Yeah. You have improved it.
Well, I didn't expect that.
So now we've
You
got
and me
one
both.
broken pistol, one best quality pistol, and one good pistol.
And having worked on the other two, you're pretty sure that that third one is at least a good quality pistol. These kind of look like they were made, not necessarily out of a set, but they were part of a series. They all seem to be stamped similarly too. These ones are marked as number 4 and one's number 7.
Mass production batch. If I had to guess, these aren't our local handiwork. This is probably... Oh, look at the stamp. De Maragliano Workshop, the new lads in Altdorf. Good work.
Well, let's get them loaded.
Also,
I guess
was
I'll...
Oscar,
Go ahead.
was Oscar offering that firearm thing to Rodlin or Lucia a moment ago?
Both.
Okay.
There's not enough time down here for actual handgun training. I don't know what the game's rules are for attempting to fire a black powder weapon when you don't have, just using any weapon group when you don't have the skills in it. But if either of you want one,
I would like to carry more.
Would definitely take. I definitely. As a matter of fact, I think that would be a lovely idea. Thank you very much.
Well, we'll have, in best interests, I think Thess carrying a brace would be a good idea, but if we make it out of here, I'll make some time to give both of you lessons in the use of black powder firearms.
Certainly is a skill that that is certainly something I have yet to practice in. Or, well, I have only ever shot one of these once. A very long time ago. He says after picking up probably like just picking up one of the pistols. I'll probably actually take the bad quality. Was it bad? You said broken?
One of them's completely broken. We've also got the ratting sticks, which are the really basic black powder things designed to shoot small vermin.
I'll probably take whichever one is offered. Either pick that one up, or if a pistol is offered. He'll just take one of the rattling sticks.
The ratting sticks. They're a good single shot. Well, good. As good as any firearm is in this universe. They're a decent single shot pistol kind of thing. Very similar to pistols Thess carries, actually.
We should get moving.
We can move and talk. I'll load 2 of the ratting sticks and give them to Rodlin, and do the same for Lucia. So you've both got 2 single-shot crude black powder pistols to use in a pinch down here now.
Excellent. They will try not to blow off my hand.
Please do your best. But...
It was a joke.
Rodlin will be looking at it with glee, kind of almost like almost childish wonder as he kind of giggles and looks it over. Ooh, this might be fun. I'll have to be careful, but ooh, this will be fun.
I look at him with concern. And I'm doing a head count. Wait a second. Am I the only one who doesn't use black powder in this party?
Sometimes that makes you unique and is for the best.
Indeed.
Seems silly not to use a weapon if you have access to it.
Depends on the culture.
Ah, yes,
All right.
well.
Let's move. Otherwise, we're going to be here for a long time.
I think Moon messaged that he had to help an old real quick.
Well, that's okay. We can walk and talk.
Yes.
I'll stamp out the fire.
I am looking forward to getting the hell out of here.
You are not alone.
Completely agree. But if we back out now, we'll just undo all the progress we've made, so...
Lucia goes to cast a spell, realizes she's not holding her staff anymore. That's frustrating.
When we get back to the surface, if time allows, I should be able to replace that for you.
That's not how it works. I will have to go find the stick.
You know, Lucia, what was it you called Oscar when we were camping down here earlier?
Oh, that? It is Ice Witch tradition.
What does it mean?
What does what mean? The word?
Oh. Yeah. What are you, sorry, I'm referring to the,
Shichechi Tavi, Cholovic?
Yes,
My
that one.
Shichechi Tavi is for short. Shichechi Tavi means shield. Ice witches swear oath of celibacy. Until such a time as Ursus relieves us of our oath, you are celibate. Them's the rules. However, usually once you are, how you say, if you ever achieve greatness, as they call it.
Glory.
No. Glory everyone gets eventually. No, this is more, Ursus says you are noble now.
Rather like progressing from a journeyman to a master in the gunnery school.
Progressing from journeyman to master, yes, but also progressing from knight to baron.
Makes sense.
Noble title.
Why? Do you want... Wait. Does Oscar not know what I asked him?
I don't believe so.
Oh.
I gained understanding that you, as said, I don't speak your own tongue, and I was muddling it over, but hearing what you said to Andre, you wish me to take on some form of role of a ceremonial protector.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. Yes, ceremonial protector is part of role, yes. What is the other term that... What is the stupid term for people who live together?
Betrothed?
What do you call man in situation?
Groom to be if it is betrothed. If that's the path you're leading down.
Oh, afterward. Husband, yes. Shield husband is rough translation. It means Oscar has sworn oath of celibacy until such a time as I'm relieved of mine.
Oscar continues to walk in silence.
Did I hurt his feelings?
No,
I think he's confused.
I thought it great it's great honor where I am from for Ice Witch to say you were Shichovi.
Right.
Right.
I never asked him if it's what he wanted.
Oh,
Ah,
I
poor
s-
Oscar. Lucia put him in the friend zone for the time being. Until such time as she needs him to de-virginize
wait,
her.
wait. Are you saying I should ask him?
Yes.
Oh,
Generally, yes.
Such bonds are a mutual compact here, not exactly an assignment. Unless
see, there is misunderstanding. In Kislev, Icewitch just takes the one she wants.
This bag of hugs
Yeah,
will
it doesn't
hide
work that way
dollars
here, I don't think.
He's given time to refuse. But hey, Passion, thank you for the raid. Holy shit, 31. What?
Oh yeah, donations are
Holy
rolling
shit.
in now too.
Oh, and now you're adding a monster. Okay, okay. So the boss token goes away and comes back because we already used that one, and now we get another one. Thanks. I'll tell Moon. Oh no, you just added an extra enemy, not a boss token. Cool. I can take away that boss token entirely. Extra enemy. But yes, Oscar. It is oath in which you swear. You can relieve yourself of oath should you decide you hate me. But it is oath in which you swear basically to be celibate and be my protector. It is how, Right, we explained this to the wretched lizard, or rather, not so wretched lizard. You're not so wretched now. It upgrade.
I'm also not a lizard. I mean, I look like one, but I'm not.
But it is upgrade.
Yeah,
So
but the way I understood it when I was eavesdropping, as usual, you didn't give Oscar much in the way of options or choices. You
I
just
told
said
him he had 3
you-
days.
Everyone, please. Everyone, that includes you, ominous head voice. Please.
Oh, the head voice is
Oh.
talking again?
Yes, it
Yes, I am talking again.
Shut up. Thank you.
I apologize. I did not realize I had insulted you.
You did not, Lucia. It is an honor to be included in the culture of your people, and I had no idea that was a consideration that you had. But right now, we are in hell. We are in the worst place I have ever been in my life. I am not sure if I will live to see your 3-day deadline, so rest assured that I will do everything I can to get us all through this alive, and when we are home and we have slept and we are all feeling more sound, I swear that I will give your request the honor that such a beauty of the North deserves from me. But now is not the time, I beg of you.
Did he just give me a compliment?
I
think
believe
he
so.
did.
I'm not
But
used to
I'll,
that.
But
I'll give.
Oscar
I'll give.
thinks this is hell. He hasn't seen anything yet.
I'll give Oscar a big brother pat on the back. Let's be like, well, love often blossoms on the battlefield, young Oscar. And
No,
from the way you speak-
Mr. Knight of Draconia. I know. You're trying to be encouraging, but
Oh, right.
I think he's genuinely disturbed at the problems around us and wonders how people can take it so lightly.
Yeah, I will say that when Andrew went to pat him on the back, he would have felt that under the lightweight leather armor that Oscar is wearing, his back muscles would have felt like rigid steel. He is not coping well. He is tense as fuck.
I still say Oscar needs a draught of beer.
I'll actually offer some Bretonian wine to him. Just be like, do you need the edge off, friend?
I would prefer to keep my senses sharp, but I will certainly take you up on that when we're out of here. Though, I will say, Lucia. Regardless of whether or not I become your shield in the long term, whatever else happens today, you and you all will not die down here if I can possibly help it. This is the burden of the Empire. This hell, this spawn lies down here because we have failed as a nation to hold together. I will not see heroes die for this land if I can help it. This is not your fight. None of you have to be here. Except perhaps yourself, Rodlin, but it is a shame for a scholar of your wisdom to perish in something so meaningless as this.
Truly, we're
For a
honored
man
to
who
assist
who
you.
has seldom seen things like this, I must say, across many seas, many wars, and more warriors than I can count. You have courage and resolve I have seen very rarely. Your words mean a great deal to me, Oscar. To this old scholar trapped in hell with you. I appreciate them.
Thank you, Rodlin. That means a lot.
Unless Grim though, Oscar, Mori also stopped snapping at you, so that means he likes you.
I can't imagine why you'd need another shield when you have such a fun companion as Mori.
Oh, because she points, look at him. And at this point, Oscar will notice Mori is beat to hell. He takes a lot of abuse, and honestly, how should I describe this? He is still a bear. I don't mean to be rude to him, and I know he can maybe understand things now, but he shouldn't be expected to do things like maintain my objectivity, ensure that I am not overextending myself, represent me when I have to send someone to deliver a message. Can you imagine a bear showing up at a court to deliver a message? It would not go well.
No, but he can. He's got the papers.
Oh, the sheer absurdity. Oscar he's just laughing.
And further, it is how you say, ill at ease. My first witches meeting is coming up in like a year. They have them about every half decade. If I show up without a shitchitovi, they're going to make fun of me. Not that that's a bad thing, but sometimes I need it.
You know, Oscar, I think you actually have a higher slaying count than the bear. I didn't think that'd be possible when I first met you, but you've proven to be quite the noble knight.
I'm surprised you're prepared to give me credit for those kills, Andre, considering I used black powder for most of them.
Yes, well, dishonorable creatures, dishonorable means. Suppose it cancels out.
Let's be real here. If there was anyone who could make a bear arriving in court be proper, or if anyone could teach Mori the proper manners therein, I think Oscar is a fine candidate.
Very true, Rodlin. Very true. Well, I apologize for my tenseness, everyone, and as I said, Lucia, you have my oath that I will take your request most seriously, but at a later time, I think.
Well, apology accepted, and I'll drink one in your honor.
I was just following Kislev tradition. You see, as was thought, you see one that you like, that is really good at some form of battlefield, and you take him. I apologize.
So, as Oscar agrees, right here. As Oscar agrees to this proposition, you off in the corner where Nyaro, the serpent, and the guard from town are all gathered, they all kind of break into a small little yay and start clapping amongst themselves, having very much grown invested in this. Nyaro was so happy for this yay. No one understands what's going on, but Nyaro happy. The guard and the bandit are hugging each other like, he agreed, yay! Oh, I thought he wasn't going to for a minute. I know, me too. Very much not making fun, very much caught up in the emotion of it all.
I'm watching this like it's
I have a question.
Yes.
When did we become like elven romance novels?
Okay. Well, I suppose the
it's a shorter length of time. It's a shorter length of time than elven romance novels. They're usually 4 volumes.
I'm sorry, elven romance novels are 4 volumes before she writes him the letter.
Four
Yes,
volumes?
Yes, 4 volumes. And that's a short one.
I tilt my head. Do you read these?
I read 1. It was an assignment.
And I told you all, either decision you made tonight, I was going to have fun.
Someone I knew, or well, someone I know. I've read some myself, as someone I know is but rather fond of them. He says with a little grin on his face.
I mean, Meberal liked them, but mostly because he knew that they, viewed them as a test of my skills of understanding the language. So.
All I know is that my mother's book club has been working through the Tears of Anarion for the past 5 years, and they meet weekly, so take of that what you will.
Yeah, I understand.
You haven't told us too much about your family. I must say, it leaves one curious.
If we survive this, I'll answer any questions.
Oh, fair enough.
We should focus on getting out of here first, however.
Of course. Speaking of, I think we might actually be making it to the next area in a moment.
Yes.
Yes.
We'll go look at our pit.
Lord Dungeon Master.
Yeah, sorry. I am attempting to keep the cat from nesting on top of my laptop. So with that, the group would... Yeah, hello. So with that, the group would agree to venture off to the area where you would chase the first runaway Skaven. Making trails... There we go. Nope, needed this one. Making trails over to that spot. Do any of you have a torch, or because by now the fire's gone out? Okay, besides you and your dark vision,
is carrying a torch. He's
Lantern
still
okay.
belt.
Okay. So, making your way up with a few light sources, as the pinpricks of light begin to appear, the indiscriminate noises and guttural utterings from the pit would stop, and seemingly transfixed on the light, you'd hear one of them from before utter out simply, "Human!" There would be a shuffling and a very old human tongue do speaketh you. Human tongue do speaketh me.
I don't want to look down in that pit, but let's look down the pit. I angle my lantern over the edge, kind of shine the light down there.
The light seems to be eaten up by the very hungry darkness, as it seems that as you illuminate down there, there is no other illumination coming from inside of there. A few of the creatures seem to recoil back slightly from the sudden bright light. The one who had been speaking, an older human? It's hard to tell. They're all very pale. Hardly any of them have a full head of hair. Most of them have very stringy, matted clumps. Almost all of them have a milky whiteness to their eyes, though a few of them still have pupils. Or, sorry, not pupils, irises. But the one who had been speaking, an older one, the eyes are completely white. And they seems to be looking up in the wrong direction. Just, human too. Oh, I hear you bring contained sun.
Oh.
You are not rats. You are not that which chitters.
I grimace really hard and look at the group. At this...
Life exists outside. Humans survived.
Well, we drop them a rope.
Let's speak with them a little bit first before we drop a rope.
They are speaking amongst themselves in clearly some local dialect of Pittsville. No, I'm sorry, of Pittsburgh. But
how hard is it to understand? Like, is it like is it like listening to somebody from the middle of nowhere, Louisiana?
No.
It's
No.
like Pig Latin.
It's like Pig Latin if you left it alone to evolve in the darkness for, like 100 years. No, it's a mixture of a few words that clearly have some kind of Reichspiel origin, mixed in with a couple of Bantu clicks, and at one point in time, one of the people simply begins screaming. It's very controlled screaming, but whatever it is, it's clearly a very involved language. But with a glance, you can tell that they're at least humanoid. The older ones look more human than the younger ones. As there are a few, you're fairly certain that they're children, but they don't even look human. Albinism has started to take them, and what bits of their eyes you can make out, as they're very clearly shielding them from the light, it seems that their pupils are coming back in an almost feel-it-looking way. But this small group, pocketed away from the light, pocketed away from the world, has seemingly somehow continued on. Not a one of them looks healthy.
Allow me to see if we can make some introduction.
Go ahead.
Hello down there. Can anyone down there understand us?
There is, almost in unison, the group. Some of the older ones don't, but all of the younger ones sort of repeat back in unison. Hello down there. Can anyone understand us?
This is. Can I use common knowledge on dead to see if they become ghouls?
You may.
That's putting some alarm bells in my head now.
I was going to say,
with my new intelligence, yeah, 43, 1 degree.
Definitely not ghouls in a traditional sense, as there does not appear to be any sort of reanimating energies, but whatever humanity they have has slowly been lost through the generations. It's hard to tell if they're hostile, friendly, or mirrors.
Well, I'll share that with the group. I'll say, the good news is they have no mortification of their flesh. The bad news is I can't make heads or tails if they're, well, much left human.
Do any of you have any common knowledge or academic knowledge, dwarves?
I think the only one that might even remotely have that would be Oscar.
That's Oscar.
I don't.
Oscar, you got anything on dwarvy men?
Well, I do have that skill, yes.
Holy shit, Oscar, coming in clutch.
I have common knowledge dwarfs, so let us see what my Dowie instructors might have told me. Two.
Oh, fuck.
I'm sorry, as in 002?
002.
Oh.
So this was one of the electives you took.
He took it. Yeah, you needed an extra credit and took a class in strange underground creatures.
As they begin to, as a chorus of voices, repeat back Andre's question, Oscar, a cold sweat starts to take you, and you're suddenly back in Nuln, in college, studying through one of your curriculums, and the teacher in the intro to Dweir class, as the seasons changing and fall is slowly coming in, they open up the class. Let me tell you all a story. a story told to me by my ancestors, both to scare and to inform. There goes a legend of the Lost Ones. People, entire communities really, who attempt to venture underground, who attempt to venture into ruins, or who are left to ruin. They can come from elvish communities. They can come from...
Moon, what's the background noise?
Oh, that was my air conditioner just kicking on. I apologize. I can go kill that if you need me to.
No, it's okay. Continue.
No, we need you sweaty.
It is most common amongst the dwarves, though, as they are the ones who tend to dig down into the earth and establish themselves small communities, and they are the ones who are most commonly known to cut themselves off from the sun. But there exists a tale of an old group of people who once insulated themselves from the world around the way that dwarves do. However, not built in the same way, not mentally conditioned to live in such an insular way. They regressed, they devolved, they became simultaneously less than and more than human. There are many names for them, but I've always referred to them as the Lost, as in order to survive, they had to lose their humanity. They regressed back into the hunters, into the predators that human beings once were. Well, I guess they'd say the races of men once were. So if you find yourself ever spelunking one of these days, going to some kind of a dwarven exchange, and you should find an echo reverberating just a little bit too lifelike. Perhaps it is more than just an echo. Perhaps it is someone lost to the earth. Anyway, please open your textbooks.
Everyone, we need to move on right now.
Something the matter?
I'll explain as we move. We move now.
We move! We move now!
I put away my rope. Okay.
Yeah.
Move. Go. I'll explain in a moment. Get away from this hole right now.
Rodlin
Away from
nods
this hole
and scurries
right
on,
now!
gently knocking people with the back of his staff.
You hear scrabbling from the inside of the pit, the very clear and desperate sound of someone or someone's trying to clear the side. And that would be as they're... Sorry, I was just going to say, and as they're scrambling, you just hear them yelling with a bit more fervor, "Move! Move now! Move! Move now!"
Okay, we have... There was the burned out remains of the rat cages up here as well, weren't there?
Yes, there should be.
Yeah, we didn't do anything with them.
Right. Oscar is going to lift one of the cages if at all possible and indicate Andre to help him. He's going to try and slow these things down by pitching one of the burnt out cages full of horrible rat corpses down the hole. And then just get the hell out of here.
Yep, that'll do it.
That's dinner.
So you spill one of these down. The sound of people making any sort of progress is summariously halted as a cage of cooked rat falls atop them. It smashes open. You hear a few still murmuring out, repeating what your last words are. And then you hear nothing over the sound of ravenous eating, as they seem to have completely completely forgotten all about you above, as even the old man stops for a moment and yells out in a raspy voice, "Thanks for the dinner."
I mean, we fed them. That's a good thing.
I don't think there was any good answer there, Thess.
Well, no, but feeding them means that they will be less inclined to chase and eat us.
This has a point.
The Whispering One, the echoes in the dark, that which should not have been, the humans who tried to live as dwarfs and were punished for their hubris. My master, my tutor in the Dawi tongue, the Master Alanar, he spoke of I never expected to see. Verena, give me strength. I don't know if I can go on any further. Not this. Not
They
anymore.
sound like the warped humans of Mosilian.
Oscar, we cannot allow ourselves to fall into despair over decisions that others made. That leads to the road to our own self-ruin. Harden your heart. Know that they are down here and they will die down here, and no one will ever know why. And it is okay to forget them.
What madness has taken over this city in our absence that such darkness lives beneath it now? We need to continue. We need to purge this. We need to burn it out. We need to make this place safe again.
I most agree.
Working on it.
Moon, I appreciate the real heart of darkness grotesqueness there. that's all. That's genuinely awful.
Thanks, Moon. Thanks. I needed nightmares tonight.
I am not sorry at all.
I didn't think you were.
I was about to say, I'm so sorry. No, I like you all. I don't want to lie to you. I'm not sorry the slightest.
So sorry in the yeah, no. No.
You know, I don't know if it's the best or the worst part. I still have a diegetic reason for all of this cursedness.
This is great.
Oh, to be clear, Oscar's on the edge of a mental breakdown. Albion, the player, is loving every moment of this.
Yeah, I was going to say, as soon as you've, like, OOC'd, I'm just like, is that Albion, the player, all but kicking his feet in excitement?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I thought I heard.
Yes. Oh yes.
Yeah, don't worry, because the guard from town and the footpad are both right there with Oscar. Actually, that said, having escaped from that, I would like all of you to kindly give me a willpower roll.
What is this against? Because it actually matters.
This is mundane.
Okay.
This is just from the sight of the people of children that looked like ghouls, that looked hungry.
We succeeded.
I've
Against
seen
the,
worse.
Also, minor thing, ghouls are not undead. They are still very much alive.
Also, I just found out that I'm...
Oh, then yeah, these were ghouls.
That's a 02.
27, I'm okay for now.
25. Boy, I had to spend a fate point on that one.
I got a 22.
Drag my dice back.
Damn, all of you passed?
Yeah.
Okay, that is only 1 insanity point then, as opposed to a D10 of insanity points.
Which means I get nothing. Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
And I need to roll
I just
for the.
realized I actually have taken this talent twice.
Oop. Yeah, happens.
Which is gonna make this a very different kind of talent now.
Oh no. Okay. I don't think either of them passed.
Yeah, I have strong-minded twice.
Okay, yep, that's fair.
I have inured to horror.
Oh.
Did you roll like a 10 or something?
No, it's so it gives an additional +10 to resist gaining insanity points.
Oh.
I didn't realize I already had strong-minded, and I took it, and I was like, oh, I can take it again. And then I went and checked the thing, and I'm like, no, I could literally have taken it twice, so guess what?
Oh yeah, can you reshare that document with the
talent trees?
Yeah, the upgraded talents.
I thought I pinned it. Anyway.
If you did, I'm just dumb.
Okay. Well, yeah, they're not doing great after that.
Okay, it is now pinned.
Appreciate that.
And I'm going to go down here to group 2 and also put it in here and pin it for them.
Let me summon up your notes on.
I'm gonna have a monstrous haggle.
Okay, well, I think one of them just gained a derangement.
Yes!
Because they went from 0 insanity points to 6 insanity points.
Oh, yeah, no, that is, you gain a derangement at 5 unless you pass a willpower test, and then you would get another one at 6, so that would be 1 at 5 and then another one at 6 at -10.
Oh, even if they're from the same source?
Even if they're from the same source, every single point. In theory, if you got hit with a full D10 of insanity points and it rolled 10, you'd have 5 rolls to avoid going nuts.
Oh no! All right, let's
so you're
see.
saying 4 insanity points is not a good spot to be at.
No, 4 is not. But unless you're strong-minded, then you don't have to worry until you hit 8. If you have the final version of strong-minded, you don't care until you hit 10, and even then, you don't automatically get one until you hit 16, whereas normally you'd automatically get one at 9.
Okay. Yep. So the dude literally passes the first one on the nose at 5, so only takes 1 derangement. Hold on, let me continue to punish the NPCs before your eyes as you see as they receive what you could have. Derangement. No, that's not how you spell derangement. You also can't just type in the crazies. Anyway, yep, so you all make it out of there back to your little ad hoc campsite. The small trio of NPCs you have trailing behind you all more or less collapse to the ground. The horror of what just happened really dawning on them. The footpad is just sitting there curled up in the fetal position. It's hard to tell if they're calling for their mother or calling for Mara, but they're definitely calling for someone for help as they just sit there and rock catatonically.
Well, that was uncomfortable.
What?
I have nothing to say.
Right.
More.
Yes. Shall we go the other way?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be a wise decision, yes.
Yeah, alright.
As far away from that as possible. Squeak!
Right.
I mean, yes! I mean, squeak!
Oh yeah, didn't
Fortunately,
Niaro have to
as I
take a
said, I
test?
don't want to leave
Yeah,
the
I did.
picture.
Niaro failed. Niaro is sitting on the cusp with 4 points of insanity.
Sweet.
1 because he started with 1.
We gave him
Be a
one.
little crazy.
There is no possible way a Skaven can be sane and also be a worshipper of Sigmar. So he had started the thing with a point of insanity. He's now sitting at 4. As he does now know what that strange screaming was back in the Warren. Seriously, where the fuck are the derangements? I'll find it later.
Oh, hold on, I can tell you.
Yeah, I'm sure you can zip through it real fast. I found my way into the gods.
found my way into worshiping God. So you went from derangement to worshiping God. You know, this makes sense. Now I'm just waiting for the Moon Megachurch priest grift to hit.
Yeah, I was looking for the derangements and found God, and I don't know how to feel about this. Anyway, that's why I'm like, I don't know how to feel about this. Anyway, so back in the central area, if you don't stop them,
So to answer your question, the insanities are on page 201.
Oh, I was really close. I was at like 180 something.
And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 possible insanities.
Nice.
Oh, and there's no real better or worse with these.
No, they're just in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Sweet.
I'm gonna spend his fate point and re-roll that. See if we can not take. We'll see if we can avoid this altogether. No, no, that's almost a crit fail. All right, so let's roll that in beautiful cray-cray footage. Okay. That is... Oh no. That may actually be...
As he just...
No, he's seeing the fucking truth. A character suffering from profane persecutions operates under the delusion that invisible and unseen enemies, often acting in concert with his supposed friends, family, and loved ones, are involved in a master conspiracy to make his life miserable and eventually murder him. These enemies possess amazing powers and fiendish minds, being able to somehow spy on the character day and night, often through ingenious means. Construct secret tunnels and passageways to sneak about his lodgings, slip drugs or poisons into his food and drink, break into his rooms and romper with his possessions, steal precious objects right under his nose, drain or suck blood, wound and mutilate him, make him the target of magic spells, compel him to do peace. No, these are all literally things he's already lived through.
Yeah, that's a Skaven Tuesday.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no. He doesn't have an insanity. His insanity is that he now knows the truth of the world. As he's just sitting there rolling on the floor catatonically, and then just into the darkness screams, "Oh my god!"
Did we lose him?
That would be funny if we lost him, because then it means that the gods themselves came by and said, no, you're not allowed to know this.
Yeah.
I do think there's something wonderful about a Skaven. Fantastic.
No. That's the best part. Furthermore, these enemies are usually one specific group of people. For example, elves, dwarves, halflings, mutants, beastmen, Skaven, lizardmen, goblins, wizards, followers, literally.
So his insanity is a moment of clarity, and he's realized how fundamentally fucked up the entire culture of his species is.
Yes.
I was literally reading that entry when you rolled it.
That's holy shit. Thank you, Dice. I appreciate your contribution to this story. Oh my god, I couldn't have picked that better myself.
I think it's great.
Ah, that's too damn funny. Derangement. Holy shit. Alright. But yes, the lot of you have at least made it back to the central area. Oh, I guess they're called disorders. Not derangement. Too many different systems.
Close enough.
AKA the truth. So the group of you are able to make it back to your central camp, at least where you had been stationed. And it seems that the general impetus is, having seen that, I believe it was to press forward at least to the end of where the sewer system led down.
Correct.
Okay.
I suddenly feel like killing Skaven.
I always feel like killing Skaven. That's the problem.
The two there are just like, I have never wanted to kill Skaven more in my entire life.
Yeah, Diaro's like, I agree with this.
Niara just kind of looks over, points to the bandage, kind of shakes his head, points to Niara with a thumbs up. Niara nods. Niara also in the mood for killing Skaven. Like, we good? Okay.
Ah, shit.
Aside from sticking to the tactics we described, I have no desire to oppose this notion. Oh,
Well, I say we go for it. And head down that other tunnel where the clan rat came out of.
Yep.
Or storm vermin, sorry.
Yeah, the storm vermin.
All right. The group gears up, gathers their weaponry, donning armor, shield, and the like.
Make sure everything's loaded.
Yep. Reload weaponry.
Make sure everything is reachable so I can fast draw it.
And with that, that is where this session will draw to a close, as it's just about time to wrap up.
Yep, it's time for the doodle to start heading to bed, actually.
As the group ventures down and once more into the breach with 2 pieces of a map from a couple of the higher-ranking Skaven. And Rodolin, taking a single glance at it, you're able to immediately, having been astrally projecting around this area, immediately recognize that this is not necessarily a layout of the sewers, but a layout of the pathway one would need to take to get down to the Skaven layers.
I see. I see.
Oh. Good job, everyone. You have found at least some of the pathway down below.
Yay!
Out of the actual sewers and into what can only be described as the Undercroft.
We're in the... Wait. The Undercroft? Like, the layer between the sewers and the Skaven Undercities?
Yep.
Oh boy. There's a reason people don't come out of here. Usually.
Damn it, I'm trying to innocently whistle, but it's not picking up on the microphone. I guess it doesn't think I am any part of innocent.
You're not. You are not.
No.
By the way, while we're in here, I'm going to be keeping this loaded up for a minute in case people need to make changes to their character sheets, because I need to make changes to all of my spell cards that do magic missiles, because I gained Mighty Missile.
Awesome.
I joined Rodolin in that one. In the meantime, I have been Lucia Blick the Ninth, everyone, your Kisleviite witch who has apparently inadvertently caused Oscar much distress. I will penance myself for this later. Thank you for the raid, Passion, by the way. It's really appreciated. Next.
Hi,
Yeah, also, hi, Passion.
Hi, Passion. I have been Thesserau, human of Lustria. And thank you guys all very much for showing up for tonight's run. I appreciate, much like V, appreciate the raid. It's been a blast.
Hello, I have been Albion. I have been the player of the poor, woe-betided Oscar Hertzsprung, novice engineer. And I thank you all for joining us this evening again, particularly for the raid. And I hope we've been as entertaining as you would have liked. Passing it on to my next colleague.
Oh, hello. I have been Rodolin. This, the wandering scholar, still trapped, still trapped in the mystery of this place. And I also would like to thank you all for showing up. It's been, I've had a lovely time, and I hope you've had something fun to get out of it too.
And I'm Sir Andre Morehire, greatly disturbed by the depravity of the Skaven, and looking forward to wreaking vengeance upon their foul kind. And next?
I've been Cletus, having a lovely time with either decision which way they took.
And I've been Cletus, having a lovely time with the decision either which way they took.
Oh.
It's been a blast, everyone. Thank you very much for being players and allowing me to have a wonderful session running for you all. I have been Moon, and next time it will be once more into the breach, as the group seems to have a very clear trajectory of which way they need to go to head down now, managing to find a path in these otherwise maze of a sewer system.
Well, Rodlin didn't do those little Scry Scouts, the party things he does.
It helped, and that was part of the reason he could get around without having to navigate. It was more just a matter of once you're back in the body, you have to deal with this thing called physics. Bless you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they'd all be groping around out down there and taking longer.
Oh God, absolutely.
I apologize, stream, for my noisy hostess tonight. She will be appropriately talked to later about shenanigans. I haven't been sneezing or coughing or any of the background noise. It's my hostess.
Oh, I thought that was you with the double-barreled snot shot.
Nope. Anyway.
Give that girl some fucking Benadryl. Holy
I know,
shit.
right? She needs Benadryl, like, hard.
another Alka-Seltzer.
Anyway, good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Sleep well.
Good
Good
night.
night. Sleep well.
3 and 2 and 1